Hello. A new season begins. You know what that means. We gotta get some wins to get on the leaderboard. So naturally, I'm playing my most favorite faction in the whole world, Slaanesh. At least currently. Vampire Coast, I'm sorry. But Slaanesh, a fairly limited roster. It's different flavors of fast melee. There's really not a lot going on here. But the faction speaks to me. I love the speediness. But if we want to win, Turn's big tournament today, we gotta play well. We gotta play well. I have a common mistake of being way too aggressive. Like I get over eager and I want to take the fight because I feel like Slaanesh is that strong, but against a competent opponent it is not a very good trade. So I'm gonna keep an eye out for that and hopefully everything goes well. Fingers crossed. Probably won't be using Seekers at all today. Although I guess against crabs. I guess against rotting Promethean Seekers are okay. They have significantly more DPS than Fiends, but are significantly squishier. So you really only run them if it is totally safe. Bloodlust is a gift from Corn, but we're playing Slaanesh. Yeah, we'll see. Such a limited roster, man. Is this really the top faction? I feel like Slaanesh, especially with how Vampire counts and what Elves are doing right now. I think Slaanesh is strong, but has a few spooky counters, like Petonia. Petonia sucks to fight as Slaanesh, man. It's terrible. So we'll see. Is the bracket up yet? Not yet. Not yet, but it shall be soon. Oh boy. Oh boy, this should be exciting. Oh my gosh. Flying Taco? What's up, man? Happy to have you here. Yo. Any advice is Petonia versus Slaanesh? Just in case. Yeah. Don't eat a Pavane and get all your units caught. Take Alberic on a Royal Pegasus. And then spam Knights of the Realm and Knights Errant. With like a little bit of Royal Pegasus backup. That's basically it. Yeah, that's basically it. And then you just have to play really well. Oh my gosh, Soltech, thank you so much for the 5 sub. 5 months. But yeah, the hardest thing is you have to micro really well. You gotta get the good cav micro in. Cav fight's still a cav fight. But as long as you camp your mobility and stuff on top of pole arms, Slaanesh can't really pavane your guys forwards. It just doesn't have enough pulling power. And if they can't do that, you slowly whittle them away with Mounted Yeoman. And then life's chill. Technically, Slaanesh can go for an armor max, but it's not especially strong anyways. Yeah, what's this? Season before season finals? So like the last season is closing. The top players have been decided. Oh my gosh, are we facing Turin? Hell yeah, we got Turin again. Oh dang, yo, we got Turin again. That's pretty crazy. Let's see here. There's the arena. He's playing Chaos Dwarves. Arena's kind of big. I have a 100% loss rate on the arena, so screw that. Ah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Army blocker so people don't spoil things. For the turn. Let me see. Should be interesting. Alrighty. Let's get the correct armor blocker going. Alright. Once playing Crystal Lake. What a way to start the season against the big man himself. Rigged. This will be pretty crazy. Alright, now he likes his death streaks. He knows I like the Cav Max and the. I need one Eternal Entourage in case he has Kadai that don't die. They're pretty hard to take out. Crystal Lake's a pretty open map. Does Slaanesh have a way to snipe the artillery though? I feel like Chaos Dwarves will be annoying. Is it rude to say you're rooting for Turin? Absolutely. Get out of my chat. Nah, it's fine. Also calling him the underdog. Get out of Turin's chat. Yeah, no, it's fine. Turin is he's good, but he's not like a sweat lord. He also has hand issues. But that doesn't mean we should underestimate him. He is rather scary a lot of the time. I think we'll be okay though. It's very volatile though, like he can just run the right build. If he brings the right build, he could just kill us. Are Forsaken and Slaanesh just better than the Warriors 24/7? I'm pretty sure they are. Will he have anything for Exalted Demonettes though? I feel like Exalted Demonettes hard cook here. I guess he will have Kadai, but like, is he gonna run Kadai? What am I gonna see? I almost want to infantry rush him because I feel like he's going to try and counter a Cav Max. But Cav Max is just so strong. If he brings a final transmuter, that would actually help defend his artillery quite well. I might actually want some cheaper infantry here to hunker down on points. You're approaching 30. The hand issues are coming for you too, buddy. No, not like this. I never really went hard on sports though. And every time my hand gets tired, I take breaks and all that. We will delay the inevitable. What infantry do I want? I think it would be insane to go for Exalted Demonettes against Chaos Dwarves. I think they would happily murder everything. Their SCs are probably not a big issue. Let's see, Wolf Riders. My Hell's Riders beat his Wolf Riders like no one's business. So that should be okay. I will need a couple Marauder Horsemen. But how do I want to round up my infantry? Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Oh, glorious. Glorious. Alright, I have everything I need. Watch him bring a, what was it? Kadai Destroyer. You think he's gonna Kadai Destroyer me? The problem with that build is you have a lot of laborers because you don't have a lot of money left. And if you bring a lot of laborers, you feed my army passive by a lot. Slaanesh Furies for the artillery. It's kind of sus. Single entity artillery don't die very fast to Furies. And you can just summon Wolf Riders. I need a little bit of support to actually jump it. Or for him to make a misplay. This map does have a tree line though, that'll help us out. If we win this quickly, by the way, I can be the first win on the new season of Total Tavern. How glorious would that be? Yeah, it goes super off meta. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. This should be fun. Hopefully I don't run into too many Wood Elf players today. Wood Elves counter Slaanesh pretty hard. There's a few factions that do really well versus Slaanesh. I think not a lot of people have really trained it super hard though. I haven't seen people go for like the true filth against Slaanesh. I'm waiting for it. Hobgoblins only. Maybe the matchup is so doomed, turn memes to the sun, and then he gets screwed. 10 units seem fairly normal for Chaos Dwarves, but it could still be a Kadai build. Something to keep in mind. For once ever, I've decided to actually bring Marauders. On the off chance that we have to deal with some nasty artillery, I want to have those Marauders to capture the points for me. So against an artillery build, I capture the points with the Marauders who sit back, relax, and chill. If I am facing... what's going on? What happened to my... There we go. Time to bully Turin. He beat me last time when I was playing Tzeentch. It was a close match, but he did win last time. Turin got some chops, man. And he's brought some Fireborn, an Iron Demon and a Magma Cannon. All right. Interesting. And he's gone for a low ground deployment. He has Astrogoth with the Flame Storm, so we gotta dodge that. I have Pit of Shades. I'd say, overall, not a terrible position. I'd love to jump his artillery pieces, but he has to leave them a little undefended for that to get us anywhere. Having the Forsaken nearby, though, will be good. Iron Demon is not really a big issue. I'm happy I didn't infantry max him. That would have done us pretty bad. Can he stop a Fiend Rush, though? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. But he's gonna want to summon in some units in a sec, right? He's been saving up his money like me, so he has 1,500 in reserve. I don't know if I have enough to actually deep dive this. If he keeps moving the Kadai, though, he's asking for it. Actually, with the number of skirmishers, I think we just go for it. With the Heartseekers? Yeah. Yeah. Eternal Entourage. Give me that. Yeah, you can see him falling back now. Use the hill. Alright, we're good. He has 2 magma cannons, bro. Alright, so he's asking to get rushed. He's asking to get rushed. He has the Kadai there, and he's summoned some Bull Centaurs. Here's the thing, though, right? No infantry. No infantry should be a fairly big blessing for us. Astrogoth is getting a little overextended, too. We might just kill Astrogoth early. Send some of these guys in here. You're fast, but you ain't that fast. That should be able to bully him pretty hard. And then, yeah, we get the Forsaken here. There he goes, chasing me. Gonna get some Furies in here. Gotta be careful with the Lord. There he goes. There's no way he kills those elite boys, though, right? No way, the 2 elite. Oh, he's focus firing them with his with the skirmishers. That ain't good. Oh, a bit of Shades will do okay. Although he did pull away. Oh, that's actually pretty sick play from the Turin. Big man actually got a pretty sick play. That's actually a little bit of a problem. Now we will have our Fiends in here, and his guys are out of position. We are right on top of him right now too. I just got to build up my army passive a little bit. Keep my Lord safe. Can't afford to let the Lord die, can we? Them Bull Centaurs are definitely coming on in. But we can push them back. Maybe use some Forsaken. Ouch, bro. The magic. All right, turn got some chops. He got some chops. We can kill off those guys though. He does still have both artillery pieces alive. It is a double cap situation though. He kills off my super expensive guys though. That's pretty rough. But his bull centaurs are a little worse for wear. Kadai Fireborn are still mostly occupied. That's good, of course. And most of his skirmishers. Hopefully we can stop them from shooting my lord too much. Dodge it, son, dodge it. Whoa, nasty. If we can catch skirmishers, though, I'm happy. We can keep ignoring the Kadai. I'm building up my army passive. Chasing those guys down. And just by rushing him and putting the pressure on, he will probably run out of time here, I feel. This will be pretty rough, right? Those Hellstriders are just going ham. These Kadai are kind of in an awkward position. And now we have Hellstriders for days. I have another Pit of Shades if I need to. We should be relatively okay. Yeah, so there's another... there's a cav unit over there. We're just gonna pull away. Come on, I said pull away. Pull away, bro. Get my lord out of here. The rampage. All right, there you go. And the netted, which means that they're effectively dead. Now, can my lord get out of here for 1 second? Oh, he has a Kadai in the way. Oh, crap. That's not good. That's a little bit of a misplay, ain't it? Come on, you darn lord. Get out of there. Squeeze, I say. Squeeze through. Lubricate thyself. Come on, baby. Oh my gosh, it barely got out of there. Spooky. Terrifying indeed. All right, turn put up a pretty good fight. It's still pretty rough though, especially with that unit routing off. And a speed boost on these guys. And a Pit of Shades over there just to speed boost yet more. That should help my guys catch all those boys over there. The artillery piece, we're just gonna ignore it. Just gonna dodge and ignore it. There you go. All right, we're fine. We're fine. His Kadai stuck defending his artillery. That's kind of the big issue for Turin right now. Because he's never gonna recapture the points. That's all that really matters to me. He may have the artillery, but we roughly evenly traded. All his capture weight is effectively dead. My lord did barely manage to survive. It's no big deal. Ouch. They got blasted. Right in the face. Alright. Darn artillery pieces. Thank goodness I have the triple cat. And his poor Iron Demon has been completely and utterly shut down. But now he has to make a choice. Defend your artillery or capture some points. There is no both. Dodge it. Alright, we're safe. Yeah, I really did not like the Eternal Entourage here, by the way. They felt kind of garbage. Alright, nice. We can definitely fight that. You know what? Summon them back in. Get them back. Why not? There goes his big train thingy. And then I can route off his artillery pieces. I don't want him resummoning. That would definitely be a big issue. Routing them off, though, that'll do. There you go. Yeah. There we go. Nice. Even more capture weight finds itself dead at the hands of my shenanigans. Rush builds have the advantage of winning if they can just evenly trade. So I'm pretty happy about this. Now he wants to chuck a Flamestorm there. Yep, there it is. Screw that business. Flamestorm yourself. We are not falling for that one. That's a common play. That's a common play. People love casting Flamestorm on their lords. And Turin's playing for his outs. He's spooky. Oh my gosh, there we go. Now that's the value. That's the value. Look at the damage. Holy crap. When they cook, they cook. When they die, they die. Very badly. But my God, do they cook. In the right circumstances. Jeez. Alright, nice. Our aggression has paid off. Now what we want to do is want to catch some Kadai Fireborn here. A rear charge on them. would be glorious. There we go. Gonna overcast here. Gonna finish off his dudes over there. There's the Pito Shades, the melee defense debuff. And then everything here is ultra dead. Not only are the Gobos gone, but we got to charge on his Kadai. So they're gonna die. And turns basically army wiped, and we have a triple cat. Essentially unwinnable at this point. He played well though. If Slaanesh gets nerfed, that would have actually been quite terrifying. We kind of had to get a sick rush there. But we were fairly in the clear. The whole triple cap situation means that we were fairly safe even if things went a little south. GG, well played. Alright, nice. Report the score. So that's 1-0. Slaanesh versus Chaos Dwarves. A victory. Not my cleanest game ever, but decent enough. Coco be cooked. Holy, they got 3k at the end. See, this is what I'm saying. The first charge of the Eternal Entourage, they died to Hobgoblins. The second charge of the Eternal Entourage, they killed a Kadai and Astrogoth. Definitely, yeah, a Bane backbreak unit. His Magma Cannon doesn't do anything. Despite me having a lot of infantry, the nature of just rushing him certainly makes things quite difficult. His skirmishers, had they gotten a little bit more value on my lord, it would have been really bad for me. But they actually didn't pay for themselves that much. His Kadai, though, are a menace, right? The problem is, if you only take Kadai, Fiends and the Eternal Entourage will clean them up. They don't really do well if they're solo. His Flame Storms are pretty spicy. Astrogoth got as much as my Keeper of Secrets. Interesting. I think Kadai definitely are... they're the unit that makes this matchup a little sketchy. Now, I had another win con, which is just to not attack him and just play for points. But with so many skirmishers, he was probably going to up trade a little too hard. I think we had to rush. He had about, like, what? 3,000... he had like 5,000 gold worth of ineffective units, though, in terms of a melee rush, so I guess it works. Died to Hobgoblins. Sat in front, sat fighting in front of 4 skirmish archers. There's still technically Hobgoblins. It's true though, he got really good focus fire there. Some nasty focus fire. Now, I don't think I was the first one to finish a match. It was either a boss toss or an attacky to get the first win of the new season. But I'll take a bronze medal. We have now sent Turin into the pits too, so he has to win the rest of his matches to qualify, which kind of sucks for Turin, but I don't want to be there. Oh boy. Question, what do you think is the best bet against ogres with the hunter on a stone horn? Anything that can fight single entities. And lead belchers as greenskins. Oh, as greenskins? Oh boy, that makes life a little harder. Greenskins, they have the big squig, so maybe you can use this guy to beat a stone horn. Cycle charging, it has pretty good stats. It's just a little squishy. But yeah, I would say Acid Burpa you almost always want to have. Unless you feel like an Arachnarok spider can actually do all the thing. The thing is, Stonehorns have pretty bad stats, so take a look at the Arachnarok spider. If you go to Ogre Kingdoms and look at the Stonehorn. Even, yeah, let's say you have a hunter on a Stonehorn and you compare that to an Arachnarok spider. What's the difference? What are we looking at? It has less melee attack, about the same melee defense. It doesn't have bonus versus large, and it's only 9 speed faster. So if you run an Ragnarok Spider and kind of keep pace with it, you can just outduel the thing. That's something that a lot of people will do. I guess like even if he wins because of his ranged attack, you're trading about evenly, and you're taking out a very important tool. Alternatively, you can try bogging it down with trolls, as long as you have some way to stop them from routing. And Morgrub's mangy marauders, armor-piercing skirmishers, perfect. Just follow it around, shoot it up, and you'll be fine. I think those are your main options, though. You don't really kill Stonehorns with infantry, unless you get like a Ruglud's volley on it. Technically, you can use Snagla with the net. And you can net it down and shoot it, but the ogres are really good at disrupting your range, and there's lead belchers and such. So I think that's why like a more aggressive build will do better. Oh yeah, and for lead belchers, by the way, just spam Vorcav. Lead belchers have no HP. So if you get even one cavalry on them, you're good. The problem is cav micro is hard, so don't expect to get a lot done. But that's what you gotta do. You gotta get the Boar Boys on the lead belchers. I think I actually had a few games with Danican, and the way he made it very close was by sneaking through some cavalry. Gave me a very hard time. High Elf comeback, bro. This DLC, if it doesn't launch High Elves into the stratosphere, with Charix already clutching it with the High Elves, I feel like, I don't know. There's a chance they only get bad units, though. I'm quite skeptical of the Water Elementals. It seems like a unit CA would not make good. Like, I don't think they know how to balance out a monstrous unit like a Water Elemental. It has too many cool things going on, and they generally overvalue those things. It's always the vanilla monstrous units that do well. Like Stone Trolls. Stone Trolls are crazy. Gorgers are crazy. They're very vanilla monstrous units. And they were good because of their basic resistances, right? The Water Elemental has so much random stuff going on. It's probably gonna have 0 armor, right? So it'll have 0 armor, which is already a massive deficit. I think when they balance units, they don't factor in armor very much. Yeah, my new Slaanesh versus Charix's new High Elves. That'll be quite crazy. There's a lot of stuff that can make Slaanesh spooky. I wonder if people will just start going armor builds with Dark Shards. Just Dark Shard it up. Shoot them to bits. And then, like, what are you gonna do? Try to dive the back line against Hellstrider summons? Slaanesh is mostly balanced by the fact that they have to be quite aggressive. Any plans for a mini showcase on release? Well, as soon as I can show you the DLC stuff, I absolutely will. Been waiting a whole year to showcase any DLC news, so I want to show it probably as much as you want to see it. It'll be great. And then Norska's gonna get, I don't know. They're gonna get hopefully anti-air. What does Norska need? Maybe they should give Norska a range unit, you know? Yeah, give them Dark Shards. Give them Hawkland long rifles. We need long rifle berserkers. If ogres also have Mournfangs against greenskins and Dom, what then? Will you win? Because Mournfang cavalry kind of suck. You're telling me? Look at this. Even the cheapest Mournfang cavalry is the same as 2 of your orc boys. 2v1, bro. You have twice as many fists. Alright? Plus your magic will just crush them. What, they're gonna go for the more expensive ones? 3v1, it's even worse. If you're losing to Morinfang cavalry, you just have to micro your cav better. I'm sorry to say, but I think that's it, man. That's it. Alternatively, you distract a Morinfang with the cavalry unit, they chase it. The other two hammer into their ranged. One of these cav units can't defend ranged exceptionally well. Long rifle throwers. Look, they already put a bolt thrower on an eagle. All right. They got cannons on ogres. I'm just saying, it's not that crazy to get long rifles. It can't be that hard to teach some Norskins how to reload. Then again, they don't even have archers. For a hunter faction, it's kind of weird that they don't have archers. You'd think arrows would be a basic thing, but I guess not. Javelins for days. But yeah, anyways, Morinfang are not a problem. If they bring them, you will have more cavalry. Although it's not a good matchup, I would say it is quite ogre favored against greenskins. But I think you only have to make one big play, and then you're still good. Like, it's only even if both players are playing it really well. But if you jump their lead belchers, then suddenly you have a lead anyways. Oh, long rifle throwers. Clutch. I guess they are made out of metal and wood. Yo, no one else has finished their match yet? What's going on? It's gonna be a long tournament today, maybe. 30 minutes in, 3 people are done their matches. Dang. Oh, okay, no, it's just taking a while to load. We need 4 more people to finish, and then we're ready. But yeah, greenskins in general. The problem they have against ogres definitely is gonna be the lead belchers. I've seen some Doom Diver catapult play on them, but generally it's a little too slow to Doom Diver lead belchers if your opponent's playing well. If they're playing too aggressively, though, Doom Divers can potentially bait them forwards. But yeah, at least as far as I've seen, how Danican plays it, who's a very strong player, by the way, he goes for the cav spam. Ludicrous cav. You can think a bunch of orc boy spears. They're always quite good. And then, yeah, and then you just death march it. You just march forwards. Tank some shots, get in melee. Ogres are quite susceptible to terror routing, by the way. So if you want to just rush them, you can just rush them. So because ogres are so terror routable, you can take the acid burpa, use that to get some leadership breaks, and then you just push them with a lot of infantry. Ogres have a hard time actually clearing infantry if they're on the back foot. Like, for example, if they're defending their range units. So you can take like a bunch of savage orc. Big guns, they're pretty hype. Got bonus versus large. You just kind of walk forwards. And then you're good. Just keep walking forwards, capture the points, slow down their killing of your army with the acid burpa. This is kind of like how Khorne plays it. And then as usual, you cav max it. Ballistas are cheap anti-large. No, don't run the bolt throwers. Are they 320 range? Lead belchers to 200, so I guess they can technically get in range, but you're gonna have to wheel them up to like the middle of the map. And I don't know if they actually kill the lead belchers fast enough, and they can be prone to getting routed off. I don't think they're a good enough forcing tool for the lead belchers, and I've also never seen people take it against like any faction. Feels like a paper hammer. It's a paper tiger. But yeah, the problem is the unit itself is just not good. even if the idea is correct. Are ogres weaker considering they have so many large units? Like, doesn't anti-large spam hurt them a lot? In the same way that dwarves suffer from anti-infantry, which is to say not a lot. Dwarves are an okay faction. You know who has a lot of ways to kill infantry? Empire. Long rifles. No cav to disrupt them. They have grenade launchers. Clears infantry like no one's business. They have anti-infantry Knights of the Black Rose. Hellstorm Rocket Battery. One of those worst matchups is dwarves. You know why? Because anti-infantry and anti-large is merely a suggestion. Are ogres good against small factions because they have anti-infantry man-eaters or anti-infantry dual weapons? No, right? Like, these are, you know, it makes a difference, but that doesn't mean that, you know, that doesn't change anything really. The bigger thing than that is more how the range tactics plays. Ogres have a really strong win condition, that's lead belchers. Most matchups come down to, can you kill the lead belchers efficiently? That's the win. That's the win condition right there, okay? That's the big one. Doesn't matter how much anti-large you have if they're dead. Same with the man-eaters and the powder guts. But yeah, that's a win con here. Empire is a really slow, grindy faction, and dwarves outgrind them, so they don't really get that win con. Empire have really weak, you know, clearing tools. They don't have a lot of high DPS anything. You can bring spears against ogres. They don't clear ogres very quickly. So Empire just kind of have a hard time capturing points back. But yeah, I do understand the thing. But also ogres do have a few smaller units to help buffer. So if you do bring halberds, you can use pigback riders for that. They can shoot them to death like we talked about. You can use a stonehorn. A lot of single entities are just good versus infantry. But yeah. Weirdly enough, I think ogres, especially playing against Daniken's Khorne, they can capture points really well when they're ahead, but when they're behind, it's quite slow. Like, they actually are not a very strong cleanup faction if they're constantly getting terror routed. That kind of makes it a little awkward for them. Any off meta builds? The most off meta I'll go today with Slaanesh is Caress. Oh no, he's just a demon prince of Slaanesh. He's not even Caress. What's he got? Blissful Rapture, Paragon of Excess, Fiendish Musk. Only in melee though. Technically he can get minus 13 in melee. Unfortunately that doesn't matter. Most engagements in this game are all about those tactical wins rather than marginal wins, like actually rear charging a unit or what have you. His magic is pretty bad. Not only does he not have the lore passive for shadows, he also doesn't have Malkoths. He does have Pavane though. Oh hell yeah, round 2's up. Who am I up against? Interesting, we got down matched. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we matched into the guy that had a buy round. Very interesting. All right. And what might they be playing? Dark Elves. Alright, so far as I'm concerned, that is extraordinarily Slaanesh favored. I just gotta not goof it. Dark Elves cannot win the Cav fights. So they die. The end. Alright, so this guy had the buy round. Pope Patty got a buy round. Dang, rip Patty. If we win this, then we're pretty set to make it to the top 4 as long as I win 4 games today. Preferably we go for the 5-0. If I 5-0, it will also for first ban, it will also increase the odds of Turin making it to the grand finals. That would be hype. Please be a double Hydra guy. Double Hydra again. Alright, so how do we want to do this? The problem with Dark Elves. Oh yeah, I remember the build. Problem with Dark Elves is they die to your magic. Pass is 1, 2, 3. Alright, so yeah, we have a lot of really nice magic. The maps are decent for us. And if he decides to go for some Scourge Runner shenanigans, we just catch him. Dark Elves can't exactly play keep away in that situation. I'll take 2 Seekers of Slaanesh in reserve in case they don't have Melkoths. Otherwise, we Hell's try to spam it. And Fiends, of course. And Forsaken are great against such a lightly armored faction. Now, Blackguard are a thing. You have to be a little wary of them. But we have armor-piercing Furies. So I'm pretty sure we just kill them. We give them the goods. Is there anything else I gotta worry about? I guess taking 1 Exalted Demonette for Dark Elves can be nice. Ooh, let's play Eastern. Eastern Isle Colony is a nice close quarters map. I should be able to just rush the guy. I just gotta catch them chariots. Now, how do I get this build to have the right amount of money spent? Yeah, this should do. And then if I just get some basic flanks on, get some good cav micro, I think we're okay. Yeah, I guess this is very straightforward. There's really not a whole lot to do. Alright. Let's do it. Here we go. Now, I think he's a new player, guys. But you never know. He could be a prodigy. You never hold back. What are the best bets in a Wood Elves versus Dark Elves Dom for both sides? I don't know what you mean by best bets. In terms of units, the Wood Elves just kite the Dark Elves, and there's nothing the Dark Elves can do. I guess you want to spam Dark Riders as the Dark Elves. The Cold One Knights will get outmaneuvered into oblivion. So you spam Dark Riders. I saw a stalling strat work once. Dark Elf player basically didn't attack for most of the game, then launched a huge attack to run over everything. They got 1 giant attack, got their passive to trigger on everything while they were in melee. That went okay. But any Wood Elf player who's worried about that can just bring some Horse Skirmishers, and then you're screwed. Scourge Runners do not work versus the very cheap Wood Elf Skirmisher cav. Don't encourage stalling strats. That is the poison of joy. It's a poison of people who suck. My goodness. What, you don't know how to aggro your opponent forwards? Come on, what are you doing, man? Take some skirmishers. That's like being like, don't want to encourage artillery because all I do is stand here and get shot to death. It's like, no, you rush it, man. Just rush it. What you doing? Song shots aren't even that meta. They're a way for punishing people for skewing their builds too much. You just watch and watching it sucks. Well, in that case, the people playing need to do it better. Usually, we counter song shots fairly well. Sometimes I'm unprepared, but most of the time, as long as you bring some kind of mobile skirmish, you're pretty well off. Hey, Noble Naldor, what's up? Yo, we fought Terran. You missed the Terran game. I think if song shots were more common, I'd be worried. But most of the time, they don't work out that well. You love that Ponty is now known as that guy that brings double Hydra. It's his fault, man. Guy loves Hydras. Beware his extra rested hands. Is that Turin? Oh, no, the buy round, this guy. Trust in Trance. I'm ready for him to have some sort of crazy build that just wrecks us. Dark Elves don't really have that much, though, to kill fiends. Most factions do not. As long as we pilot them correctly, I should be okay. Rumor has it that CA is giving Hydra immune to flanking. What rumor? What kind of rumor is this? Do we have some CA insiders? That'd be pretty funny, though, right? It has so many heads. How do you flank something that can look everywhere? It would still suck, by the way. You saw it on the forums? Yo, the Hydra, even if you give it immune to flanking, it's still garbage. It gets shot to death most of the time. And then leadership broken. I don't think immune to flanking... Does that save you from the leadership penalties of flanking? If it does, that's a little better. That might actually save the Hydra. Because it'll keep its leadership high. But if it's just a damage thing, maybe not. Arm is deployed. So this is the big hammer build. I have a whack load of infantry. They charge in. I pendulum, Melkoths. Shock damage is frontline until they rout. Due to the terror of my lord. And we summon Furies. Alright, I gave him the ready good luck, have fun. He said you too. I don't know how to interpret that. I don't know how to interpret that. I don't know if that means he's ready or not ready. Oh, here we go. It gives you permanent flank secure. Oh, okay, that might actually do it for the Hydra. Then it only dies to getting shot to death. That's still actually a pretty nice bonus, though. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's most of his units. He has a Melkoth's Pit and Enfeebling Foe. Alright. Melkoth's doesn't do much versus my fiends. So I guess there's not much to worry about. Guy has some Blackguard. There they are. 3, 4, 5, 3, 4. He has one unit that I cannot see. Oh crap. The capture point, maybe. If they got a little closer, I could have rampaged them. Might still be rampageable. Interesting. So we got double cap. We're faster than them, so home point will be defended regardless. Okay, and it's a Medusa pull. Medusa pull tells me that the time to murder is now. Absolutely. Give me that. I want to fight, man. I want to fight real bad. That Medusa and the infantry being out of position is rather good. Ah, there's a stealth unit. Can you dodge a pendulum? No pendulum dodge. It is technically dodgeable, but it's a little hard to catch at times. Anyways, as long as I spam these guys and get really deep into that back line, that means that they're a dead man, because they don't have the full army here. My composition is significantly stronger than my opponent's, so it should be fairly straightforward. Just piling on in, even if they summon stuff. It's not particularly worrying. Yes. Gold One Knights. Truly. The terror of the day. But these guys are full surrounded now. That's very bad. That's very bad for everyone involved. And we're gonna net them down. Gonna get a little bit of rampage here. Beat up his lord. Get over here. Medusa lives, but that's not the problem. And here's the problem, right? Still Sisters of Slaughter. It's 1,000 some odd gold just chilling. Holy Furies. Holy Furies. Massacring those poor guys. Bloody, bloody massacre. Just a couple Dark Riders are left. But I do not think this shall be enough. I can even speed amp my army soon. You know what? Sure, let's speed amp them. Let's speed amp him. My lord's doing great against his little beast master. And his Blackguard got mulched. Blackguard, I've never seen Blackguard underperform so much. But getting rear charged into oblivion like that was not very pretty for them. A few cav units in here. They do really badly versus Forsaken, so we can pull through our Forsaken and have them cook pretty hard. Now the sisters are here, but a little too late. Everybody dead. Blackguard got 11 kills, 100 value. Jeez. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough, I would say. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is just a really bad matchup. I think this is just a really bad matchup. Slaanesh is so high DPS and Dark Elves have so little HP that they just suffer, I guess. It feels like they collapse so quickly to the slightest smidge of magic. GG. Gotta get that Slaanesh win rate up. And now we do nothing for a bit. Now we do nothing for a little bit. GG. Honestly, he played fine. I think his summoning in, though, kind of screwed him. Lord got the mega value. Fiends cooked. His Blackguard. 105 value Blackguard. What did they do? They just got murdered by, like, I don't know. What did they even die to? It was the Furies, right? I think I got a good Fury charge on them. Furies cooked, man. Furies cooked. Forsaken have enough mass to tank cav charges, so they're fine. Sisters of Slaughter. Yeah, everything worked out exactly how I wanted it to. Slaanesh is fast enough to punish your opponent for having a bit of a weaker fighting composition. Although, this is a pretty melee heavy army. Yeah, no, Dark Elves just have nothing that can fight Slaanesh. Everything dies to Forsaken. Anything that doesn't die to Forsaken dies to Furies. It's brutal. Bill didn't have enough Hydra. Alright, let's look on paper. On paper, the Hydra seems insanely strong. 1,550. Actually, no, that's a little expensive, right? Most single entity fighters are really cheap. So think like Tomb Scorpion. Even at 1,000, people don't run the Tomb Scorpion. Is there any small SE fighter that people actually like to bring? Okay, let's say like a Skin Wolf Werekin, right? regenerating, single entity, anti-large, ludicrously fast, 75 speed, 70 leadership. The Hydra needs to compare it to a Skinwolf Rarekin because he's kind of borderline meta for Norska, where you sometimes see him. The Hydra will cost 450 more. Way more HP though, right? This thing has so much more HP, but way less speed and leadership. But it also regenerates. And it has even more healing. 4 heals at 12%. It can heal cap itself very proficiently if it doesn't route. 35% missile resist. It just feels so slow, man. It's just a bullet sponge. The Werkin's fast enough to get around. Honestly, if the Hydra was, if it had 75 speed, I think people would use it. Then again, it is still more expensive, but the HP, man, 10k HP. It got a pretty massive HP boost. Still no one uses it. I can't believe it used to be weaker. Hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. Yeah, playing Slaanesh is pretty hardcore. But I haven't played them in a while. I do actually need to practice, especially against some factions. Some factions can give Slaanesh quite the hard time. Yeah, the big thing about the Hydra is it just routes super easily. I think if you give the Hydra, if you give it 10 more leadership, which is a lot by the way, but if you give it 10 more leadership, I think it's solid. I think that's the only thing it needs. Yeah. Because in games where it doesn't route, it actually does decently. It's still a little expensive. You can genuinely get more done with 3 Dark Riders. But like, maybe you'll see a niche versus melee factions, you know? Does Vakarth have any goodies that can help them cook? He has a leadership buff that lasts 40 seconds. The problem is that it lasts 40 seconds. It does stop rampage, does give a little bit of resistances. The downside is you have to take Vakarth, and like that's it, bro. He gives the unit a little bit of leadership for a bit. You can still route the thing, you can't play more aggressively with it. You need like a longer burn leadership buff. Like even 40 seconds is not that much. Because the Hydra is going to be in the fight for like 10 minutes, right? And it's routing, you know, when it gets low on HP. As soon as this runs out, that's not going to help. You need the longevity. Plus 40 seconds just doesn't cut it. Now, cooldown 60 seconds. I don't think it helps enough. I think, yeah, I don't think it helps enough. Isn't Vakarth one of the best duelists in the game? He's not bad, but a lot of people don't take him because he's non-optimal. So you have to take a slightly suboptimal lord to make a quite suboptimal unit become decent. Why don't you just run the good stuff? Hell, a Medusa is so much better than the Hydra. Look at the difference here. So Medusa is less tanky, but its speed means it doesn't get shot as much. It's still a fairly good melee fighter. And also it has a range attack that deletes infantry like no one's business, and it's cheaper. I don't really see a world where you're like, ah, oh, hell yeah, Hydra. Even if you count the fiery breath. Like Medusa, each shot from the Medusa is like a fiery breath. This should really go out in a big cone. Like, you know in tabletop how it's like 45 degrees? They should bring that back. Or 90 degrees or whatever. I think it was like 90 degrees or something, wasn't it? Or no, I think it was the teardrop one. I think it was the teardrop. They should make it where the Hydra has like a teardrop expanding flame attack instead of like the straight line, because it overkills infantry too hard. That would make it real nice. Give it Scab Scrath, you know. Give it Scab Scrath, I'll probably do. Hydra Sunfang? Yeah, exactly. Get it some Sunfang action. Oh, man, but like seriously, if you need terror, why not just bring 2 Manticores, right? It's really hard to justify the price. It's so expensive and low DPS that you can almost ignore the Hydra. You can't quite, because it's still a terror-causing piece. If they made it ludicrously tanky. Okay, what's the... Oh, you know what's one unit? Okay. The Giant, right? So let's compare the Hydra to the Giant, because Giant is borderline good. It's borderline meta or viable. But this is the difference, right? The Giant has 100 leadership. And it smacks for 700 damage with even more melee attack. The Giant says, if you ignore me, I'm gonna beat your face in. The Hydra says, if you ignore me, well, I'm really expensive, more expensive than the Giant, and I don't even do that much damage anyways. It's close though, it's close. Would I rather have a Giant or a Hydra? Now I'm wondering. I think I would rather have a Giant. I think the Hydra is worse than the Giant. Hydra should cost $13.50 at least. The Giant having 100 leadership, it's technically not unbreakable, but practically unbreakable. It's really hard to get enough damage in to route something with this much leadership. So yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. The Hydra needs to be cheaper than the Giant, or it needs to make up for that significant loss in leadership. Yeah, Giants are not unbreakable. That's how much 100 leadership is. It feels unbreakable. It's crazy. Let the fire linger on the ground after the breath. Oh yeah, that actually would be quite nice. But yeah, yeah. Man, if you gave a Hydra 100 leadership, that would probably do it. I think that would totally do it. Then again, people don't run this thing though, right? Even if the Giant was unbreakable, like, look at Terracottas for Cathay. Terracotta is widely regarded as a quite bad unit. It's about the same speed as a Hydra. It used to be unbreakable. Now it has Undead Crumbling, which is pretty slow. No one really cares about that too much. But yeah, no one uses this because it's expensive. Who cares if it has 100 armor? I think CA don't want single entities to be buffed up too much though, because I think if you start making a bunch of single entities viable, then you might just get a fat SE meta, which is widely regarded to be something that people don't want to see. So I would rather they be careful with the single entities than to make them too strong. This is an argument I've heard before, which kind of makes sense. So like technically you can buff Uncle for Uncle so that you see him all the time. But I think people like the idea of Funkle because you don't see him. A Furuncle meta would be a bad meta, right? Imagine just Furuncle Kugath against another Furuncle Kugath. Nobody wants to see that. They should still be a bit better, right? Like, how bad can it hurt making Furuncle cost like 1,800 or something? There's also land battle to consider. Land battle will make these guys not as good. Turin loves the Giants? Really? They should definitely buff up Nurgle though. I would say the mark of Nurgle. The mark of Nurgle, I feel like. So it gives the unit poison. It gives them HP and melee defense. But I would say... Whew, tired. The Mark of Nurgle should give a base missile resist. If the Mark of Slaanesh can give you a base physical resist, where's it at? Yeah, if this can give a physical resist, no downside to melee attack, Nurgle deserves a base missile resist. At the very least, the same missile resist that Slaanesh gets in physical resist, right? At least 5%. Throw him a bone, man. Throw him a bone. It's thematic anyways, right? They're the faction that's supposed to get shot up. 5% isn't even gonna do that much. Okay, it'll help a little bit, but like, yeah. Especially because they have reduced melee attacks. Slaanesh gets 4 buffs. Nurgle gets 3 buffs and a debuff. That don't make any sense. Hell, Strider? I think Nurgle would rather have Strider on all their units and nothing else. Not to mention, the Slaanesh Forsaken are cheaper. They're cheaper than the Nurgle Forsaken, while also being just better. Yeah, they're just kind of better. So, I guess the Mark of Nurgle doesn't mesh well with Nurgle Forsaken, but why do they cost 850? I don't know, man. Also, yeah, the Herald. Oh my god. The price of the spellcaster. Base Herald. I guess he has stats. But yeah, so Plague Ridden, right? You know what? Base Herald. What's the stats? Yeah. Holy what? The guy costs 1,100 baseline with nothing? Okay. He's a 27 speed infantry unit with 45 melee attack and 52 melee defense. Admittedly, that is quite high. If you take a look at Belagar, oh, that's kind of sad. They need to pay medical bills. Bro, Belagar costs 900, completely outclasses the stats of the Herald. Now, technically, the guy's a spellcaster. So let's get a fair fight, all right? Archaon is the baseline for everything. Look at that. Archaon costs 1450. He's a spellcaster, kind of like the Herald. Let's see here. So I guess if Archaon can make it, why not the Herald? The thing is, Archaon's not a foot character though, right? No one takes Archaon on foot. But I guess that tracks. All right, what's a foot character that people use? Outside of the super cheap ones? Oh, okay, Noctilus or Silostra. Oh god. Oof. All right, so base Silostra with the spell and Ghost of the Past. A summon. All right, you get to summon Armor Piercing Cavalry. Armor Piercing Ghost Cav. One of the strongest lords. And you can take a spell for the price of a Herald. Her stats are slightly weaker though. So I guess she's not as fighty, but like, come on, man. All right, let's look at a fighty lord, Noctilus. Base Noctilus is 1400. Okay, so I guess if people run Noctilus, then surely the Herald is actually reasonably priced. He also has no armor though, which means he's a squish ball. He also doesn't have the utility of Noctilus. So like Noctilus is weird because his base price isn't what you pay for. Captain Roth's Moondial. Obviously, this ability is not worth 200 gold, right? Yeah, Night Goblin War Boss on a squig for 850. But yeah, obviously, Noctilus is not balanced around his combat stats. He's balanced around this, which is something that CA gets wrong all the time, by the way. I'm surprised they have not balanced abilities to actually cost how you know, the price of their usefulness. But being able to summon a zombie at range twice, and it's a deckhand mob that's a 250 gold zombie, and it lasts ages. Like that's, yeah, that's like 300 gold at least, maybe 400 gold. So you have to deduct that from the base price of Noctilus, because you always take this. So if this is rated at 400 gold, Noctilus is really 1,200. Wraithstorm is pretty strong. I think it's fairly reasonably costed though. Although, like, you know, if you could take Wraithstorm, actually no, it's not reasonably costed. Imagine you could take Wraithstorm on everything, right? Imagine you could pay 150 to put a Wraithstorm on a zombie pirate deckhand mob. Yeah, you would do that, right? You would totally do that. I think you would probably pay like 300 gold for Wraithstorm. So you got to factor that in too, right? So those two abilities mean Noctilus is really a lot cheaper. The other spells and stuff though are not as important, but we're talking at least like 250 gold off of Noctilus. That technically still puts him in the same price point as the Herald, but the Herald is worse because no armor and worse stats. No anti-large either, dang. If Locust, okay, here's the thing though, Locust of Fecundity is quite strong. I would say Locust of Fecundity, it's what, 11% heal and vigor replenishment for 150. I would pay 300 gold for this easily, maybe more. Man, it's just attached to the weakest guy ever. This guy's so squishy. 5,000 HP. The only mount that you can put him on is a rotfly. If you could put him on a horse, if this guy had a horse mount, I would give it a hard maybe. You know what? Then you basically have a patriarch with pretty good stats. His mounts suck though. His mounts is so bad. 500 gold for a rotfly. That's 500. Technically it's 90 speed, but he still has 5,500 HP. How does that compare to High Elf Lords? Let's see if we're being fair here. Okay, yeah, so Great Eagle will get you a lot more speed. You still have the melee stats. I don't know what it is about the Great Eagle, but it feels way better than the Rotfly. 1,300 mass. This guy on a Rotfly has 1,800. Okay, I don't even know anymore. I think the numbers lie. There's some sort of hidden stat. I'm Slaanesh. Ooh, we're up against Blood Penguin. Very strong player. There's something about the stats. The Rotfly does not even feel like an eagle. In fact, it feels significantly worse. What's Blood Penguin playing today? Let's see. They are playing... What are they playing? Bretonia. Oh boy. Brave Alley is okay. Blazing Ramparts is kind of bad. Dang, I gotta face Bretonia. Alright, Slaanesh vs. Bretonia is a bad matchup. Now I have some builds. What was I looking at? This build. Ugh. Ugh. This don't feel good at all. Alright. The only thing that can be done is we just play it well. We just gotta play it well. Bretonia's a menace though. This reminds me of my Demons of Chaos versus Bretonia. Pure suffering. I don't think it's unwinnable though. The guy can make mistakes. Yeah, coming in with the brat. I think we can probably get some sort of tussle going. Some sort of tussle. Okay, I think I want to change this build just a smidge. If you're playing versus Petonia, you usually need at least some infantry to break through a nasty Petonian front line. I guess this kind of works out. Sure. Sure. Alright. Oh man, this guy's too good, though. He's too good to beat in a Slaanesh versus Petonia, but I will see. I'm willing to give it a go. He loves his wide Tonya. Wide Tonya should be pretty bad against this. Yeah. You banned first. Now, what map are we playing on? It's either Brave Valley or Haunted Vale. He wants to play Vale. Alright. It's a fairly open map. There's a few trees. I have a dream. I have a dream. My Health Riders are pretty bad here. It's not impossible, though, okay? It's not impossible. It's been a while since I practiced this one, though, and a lot of these players have specifically trained Petonia into Slaanesh, so that's a bad sign. What's it? Rotfly is too wide, and its animations are awful? Okay. It feels like it should be smaller than an eagle, which means theoretically it should push through infantry harder. But maybe it doesn't have good acceleration. Acceleration's a hidden stat, and I'm pretty sure it plays a big part in how easily you can disengage from units. Have you tested it? Rotfly versus Eagly? I haven't actually tested like a 1v1 fight, but based off vibes, I can never get a Rotfly out of a melee. Yeah, it's either gonna be animations or acceleration. Yeah, grand final should be happening soon. Like, Turin kind of has to end the season to know where the players stand to set up for a grand finals. So I would expect the grand finals to come soon, probably before the DLC. Rotfly's waist movement speed wobbling. It sounds crazy, but animations do kind of jank with the speed of a unit. Someone needs to do some tests and compare the speed of units with their... They gotta compare the speed with their actual listed speed. Because I'm pretty sure units do not actually move their normal speed. Like, Plague Toads do not move at 60 whatever. You have to root for the Petonian player? Come on, Pope Patty. So be it. Let there be blood. So, I need to not take an overly aggressive fight here. If I do that, we're doomed. Now, I do have 3 Forsaken. I have a Spear dude. They can potentially push through using my significant cavalry advantage. We have a chance to keep the Forsaken safe from annoying counter charges. Here we go. Yeah, Blood Penguin's pretty hype. Haven't seen him in a while. Nice to see that they're back at it. Crushing face. Last time they beat my Zinch, but this time we're playing our faction me. So we have some shenanigans. Slaanesh so evil. Slaanesh is evil. I am playing one of the top factions. Although it's debatable Slaanesh, Vampire Counts, and Wood Elves are all pretty high up. Regardless, Bretonia is not exactly a top tier faction. They're up there, but they're not the strongest ever. So here's the play. I got Melkoths. He's gone for the Mantide. Y'alls were right about the Mantide. Having 3 Forsaken will help against that. And he might be so wide, I can build up my army passive. Because one of the scary things about Bretonia is that they can win the match before you can build this up. But an infantry Tonya build, maybe. Pendulums for his archers. Feel pleasure playing Slaanesh all the time. Why would I be playing Slaanesh? It's like with Nurgle, right? Do you feel like you're suffering when you're playing Nurgle? Of course. You feel hatred against Kite when you're playing Khorne? Yeah. Do you feel like a super annoying player when you're playing Tzeentch? Absolutely. Now he's going to take a while to deploy. 20 units will do that to you. And he's ready. Now I should get to the point slightly faster. Guy has quad yeoman. Does not have a very strong start. Fey Enchantress, Dwellers, the Chalice. Overall, not too bad. Pretty normal thing we got going on here. Now, how are you gonna play against the mobility? There's a chance that these yeomen get put into a sketchy position here. If we can catch them, that'd be great. I don't think we are, though. I think we're just gonna have to endure the Kite just a wee bit. Thankfully, I have the dodging of a Warhammer 2 player. And he summons a Paladin first. Wow, so alright. Paladin's a pretty crazy play. That's very light on the cavalry, if I do say so myself. I feel they are sorely missing from the current state of things. Now, I would expect some Knights Errant here at some point. We're going to get a fairly nice pendulum here. We're just buying space for our Forsaken to cook. Here we go. That should be fairly nice. Pendulum on the archers, if they don't dodge that. Partial dodge. We got some nice damage though. Most of the archers are kind of occupied. Say it's not the end of the world, nothing amazing. I see a little bit of a gap here I can break into though. And of course we have Furies, so Furies should be pretty good. Fiends are getting in there. And then if I can bully this Cav unit, that'd be great. Fiends are really getting in, actually. Ooh, and there's a Rampage. So that's going to buy me a little bit of space to punch in a little bit further. Forsaken are pretty hype. And okay, that's a nice little pocket we got. All right, I'll take that. Yeah, that's a solid pocket we are digging ourselves into. What do we do about these guys? I can net them. Oh crap, that's the Dwellers. I could Rampage them and get a little bit deeps in. We're definitely going to charge these archers, get them killed. Dwellers got nerfed pretty hard a while ago. It ain't nearly as strong as it used to be. With the Rampage, you know, Rampage and a net. Why not? Why not? That should be enough to get them killed anyways. And Bretonians, they just terror out all the time. So this feels fairly comfortable, having won the cavalry fight. I think Plague Penguin should have gone for the more cavalry-focused Bretonia build. I think Mantide goes really well into my favor because there's so many units to route, and Slaanesh gets to use their army abilities. And those army abilities have gone great for me. I'm fully stacked up right now, so really, I should be able to play keep away fairly well. He did catch one of my dudes, though. But still, Big routes abound. You can probably fight this paladin. There we go, another big route. And those yeomen are not doing that much now. It's still a little sus. Hellstriders getting caught up is not the best. Can we kill off the Knights Errant and maybe save the Hellstriders? We'll see. Leadership's a little low on him. Not the most comfortable thing in the world. But you can tell, he really just doesn't have the cavalry, right? He doesn't really have the cav here to cook up my guys. And Petunia kind of needs that. They live and die based off of how their cavalry do. Still kind of sus though. It's still a bad matchup overall, right? Like, it's not the prettiest thing ever. If I can just keep wearing down his cavalry, it's kind of good though. It's kind of like siege tanks, right? You want to trade into them just to get them out of there. Yeah, there you go. That's a good cav catch. You can see he's trying to run away with those Knights of the Realm. We shall not let that happen. Furies are cooking pretty hard. Let's pull them away from here. And then if I fight the fight in the tree line, then he's super screwed. Tree line fighting should be good for us. Let's get a unit over here to capture the point. It's not a cav unit, but I should be okay. I have all my army abilities. It's maxed out into oblivion. So that part's pretty comfy. Trading still fairly good. Forsaken on the Fey Enchantress. We'll see how that goes. But I think it's time. I want to save this for a cav unit. He's going to run out of ammo soon anyways. Do I really want to waste my army abilities when I can be doing this instead? Use the wrong ability, my bad. Yeah, see? Get them to charge my my lord over here instead. That screws their charge over so hard. And that will definitely help us out. Trading's still close though. But I'm just gonna keep doing this, right? Anytime he summons a unit, he's gonna die to army abilities. Slaanesh has a great late game. Truly, truly exquisite late game. And then, yeah, it's just going to be farming that into infinity and beyond. The mounted yeoman can only do so much. And then I will have seekers at the ready. This filled up so hard. It's just, it is truly unending at this point. Dang, he has an archer unit alive still. Okay. But yeah, there we go. There's another cav unit. Oh, jeez, that's a big blob. Nasty blob. Jeez. Skedaddle. Everybody dip. Oh, is she dead? Is she dead? Maybe we can bully the Fey Enchantress here for her transgressions against my my units. It's 10-second net. I have the capture points. Fey Enchantress gets dumpstered by my lord. Let's actually speed boost these guys. Oh, I should have speed boosted the lord. They have way more HP. Or they're way lower on leadership. Oh, that's just mounted yeoman too. Nice. Is there any other cav? It's just mounted yeoman into the horizon. Maybe one Knights of the Realm. That's a Comet of Cassandora. We dodge those. We dodge those. Very nice. Mounted yeoman down. All right. Now we farm. Now we farm. My army ability has actually drained though. It turns out Slaanesh does run out of army abilities. Fey Enchantress though, she's suffering. One yeoman down. Knights of the Realm should be no issue. Let's get the flank on. We fight better in the trees anyways. Should be a fairly nice pendulum. I could have saved it for some Melkoths, but I really want to get these guys routed off so I can get another fascination going. Also, we have some of these guys that need killing. Can I get another rampage, maybe? Can I get another rampage? Boom, baby! All right, nice. Oh, that's a good one. That's a very nice rampage. Because now they can't really do much. And then we do some of this action. More rampages. Thank goodness for Slaanesh army abilities, man. Thank goodness. Oh, man. I can't believe he went Peasant Tide versus Slaanesh. This would be so much harder if he just constantly had units that could stand their ground and just went Elite Squad. But, like, I'm spamming these off cooldown now. We have used all of our juice, though. After many fascinations, we are out of juice. But so is my opponent. I believe there is effectively nothing left here that can really pull a victory. As long as I don't blob into, like, a Dwellers Below, like he's casting over there. I should be pretty happy. And there we go. The Dwellers Blob is in, but the Feigned Chantress is out. Terror outed to my lord. And victory is ours. Kinda spooky, but we got there. Really had to farm those army abilities, otherwise his Knights Errant would have cooked us. Really had to farm the Knights Errant abilities, jeez. Oh boy. Still got it, baby. Slaanesh versus Petonia. Slaanesh wins. But yeah, I think Elite Tonya goes way harder here. It's too easy to get a couple routes. Feigned Chantress did pretty good. My lord did better, 3,000. Fiends were getting punished by the Yeomen, which did pay for themselves, but over the course of a very long game. And they can't really fight in melee. And yeah, I think those 3 Forsaken really clutched it for me. They started the few infantry routes that I needed to win. And then his poor Cav, man. Yeah, oh, he had no Cav. He literally only had Knights of the Realm and 1 Knights Errant. No wonder he was summoning Yeomen. And Yeomen are garbage here, by the way. Don't use Yeomen versus Slaanesh. I think if he just took more, if he took better Cav, skipped the Paladin, I think he'd be well off. What's ODM? It's a French clan. I'm not French myself, but I guess being Canadian makes me halfway there. Yeah, Feigned Chantress just chucking peasants into the meat grinder. Very nice. It also let me get some nasty pendulums too. Surprisingly enough though, my Furies didn't do that well. Seekers were okay. He had a few opportunities with the Dwellers to get some 6 spell casting. We were very lucky that we were on point enough today to dodge that. And now we wait for the next round. Can't wait for this faction to get the DLC buffs. It's going to be so much fun. Yo, I feel like a range unit for Slaanesh, like in that game, if you think about it, imagine if I had a Dark Shard in that game. Even if it's just like a normal Dark Elf Dark Shard, right? It would be so over. Be so over. There's no way his archers can actually kill that, right? And it's pretty cheap. I guess it could be more expensive. It could be like a shade. Even so. Like, yeah, 550, 950, that's both is cheap enough. And if you can punish a big infantry blob, then they have to come to you, right? They gotta attack. You're not taking artillery versus Slaanesh. You just leave it in reserve. That gets even worse. At least presumably. But basically you just want them to not have a perfect formation against you. Thinking something more along the line of Corsairs. If it's a Corsair unit and it doesn't have AP, that's bad. Corsairs have no range. Is that what they said though? I thought they said it was just like a normal Dark Elf guy. It didn't look like an ocean. I guess it is Tides of Torment. A Corsair would be bad for Slaanesh. They already have Marauder Horsemen. Corsairs do nothing for Slaanesh, okay? They need something with 140 range plus. Oh, these are 125. That's not even that great. But yeah, even 125, you know, just something more than skirmishers to break up boxes and they'd be set. Handbow and sword unit, that's what the weapons are. Oh man, dude, of course it would be so bad. They need range, bro. They need range. Okay, well, if that's the case, it's a little sus. Worst case scenario, though, Slaanesh can still play standard Slaanesh playstyles. Like, just be a normal Slaanesh player, it'll be fine. Because they still have a strong rush. And they can still break boxes by capturing points. It's not the end of the world. Anyways, I'm almost guaranteed to make it to the top 4 now. There's a lot of signups though. So to be extra safe, I should still win the next match. And to be extra safe, we win both matches. If I win the next match though, I'm guaranteed to make it. So we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Regardless. Double sword. Double sword and crossbow. Oh no, you're saying there's a double sword variant and there's a sword and crossbow variant? What are they going to do with the double sword variant? I guess it might be better than... No, there's no way it's better than Exalted Demonettes. They're all going to be squishy and die to spells, man. Unless CA does a big spell rework. These guys will always be very sketchy, but hey, I guess Nurgle will suffer even more. I guess we can make Nurgle hate themselves a little bit more. But Slaanesh... actually, okay. I guess an elite fast infantry clearer unit would be slightly better than an Exalted Demonette. But that's not what Slaanesh needs right now. Is there a spear unit? Can we get a spear unit that has more mass than a Marauder? It's pretty funny. Slaanesh's best anti-cav unit is Forsaken, because they have 230 mass, rather than Marauder spears. I think basically nobody really runs these guys. 20 more range would make Corsairs so much more appealing. Oh boy. Yeah, imagine your crossbow having less range than a guy who chucks javelins. At least I think so. 70 range. Marauder Horsemasters have 90 range. Wow. Wow, that's rough. Then again, Marauder Horsemasters are pretty ripped. So you know, if you've seen the Olympics, those javelin throwers are kind of crazy, right? So I guess it makes sense. What's the longest javelin throw? This is meters, right? This guy's got the corn steroids. Yo, what's the world record? Javelin throw world record. 98 meters. Wait. Wait, 98 meters? Wait, so the Marauder Horsemasters are just shy of the world record. I will bring to your attention that the horse does not impart speed because their range is the same even if the horse is running away. So that means a Marauder Horsemaster can throw... Wait. Horse running speed. Yeah, 25 to 30 miles per hour. We'll mix our measurement systems. So moving away at like 30 miles per hour, they can throw a javelin 90 meters. Dang. No, they're not magically infused. They're not magic attacks. They're just gods. All of them. That's why they're called Horse Masters. That's a world record without corn steroids. Technically, though... Wait, how, let's see here. How about the Norscan javelin throwers? 90, yeah. So, dang, yeah, javelin throwers. They can throw javelins about the same distance as Olympic javelin throwers. That's pretty crazy. Ogre Hunter still range. Okay, yeah, but he's an ogre, man. He's bigger. And he can't even throw it that much further. Alright. He doesn't have corn words, though. What about skinks? With the furthest blow dart record? Blow dart world record. Let's see here. Most targets hit with the blowgun in 1 minute is 25. He made 29 shots. What's the range? World record range. 20 yards. So that means that skinks. Yeah, so if it's 20 yards, that means that chameleon skinks have the lung capacity of gods, right? Because they have 80 range. I'm pretty sure... Is that correct, though? Each range is 1 meter? That feels about right. At least last time I looked into the game, it felt roughly accurate. Roman Pilum usually went 20 to 30 meters. Yeah, that's like nothing compared to how far Norskins and the like can throw their javelins. Pretty impressive. What's the death head throwing world record? These guys can throw death heads at 70 range. Yeah, how far did Napoleonic cannons fire? Napoleon's cannons could fire 1,400 to 1,800 meters. Canister shot was effective at shorter ranges. 320 meters. What's canister shot? Oh, that's a grape shot? Bro. The grape shot has the same range as cannons in Warhammer. That's bonkers. French cannons greater than Dowie cannons, apparently. That's pretty crazy. That's actually quite a bit of range. That's actually quite a bit of range. That's like a good part of 2 kilometers. Huh. Do you want cannons in this game to have that range? So, like, the idea is you would probably be missing a lot more often, right? Like, I don't think cannons were often shooting at other cannons and just sniping them. You know, this is like if you want to, like, pepper the enemy, I guess. Casualties mattered a lot more in history than in Warhammer 2. This is a problem with trying to make technological levels irrelevant to power scaling. Either the ancient tech gets way OP, or the newer gets gimped. Yeah, you can dodge bullets in Warhammer. You cannot dodge bullets at such close ranges in real life. The rule of thumb, at least last time I checked, was that handgunner shots move at the speed that arrows do in real life. And yeah, and actual bullets would be way faster. But yeah. How did cannons actually do anything, though, back in the day? Like, how much damage did cannons actually do? Or was it more of, like, a leadership thing? Because, okay, well, like, you know, in general, right? Artillery is pretty bad in Warhammer because you can just rush it down. So maybe the whole idea is that you can't rush down artillery when you have to march 2 kilometers. Oh, yeah, and fortifications, yeah. They scared men and horses. Yeah, but you didn't use artillery to actually, like, wipe out the enemy, right? Yeah, ignoring siege is a naval, obviously. Cannonball to the ship is pretty nasty. "90 meters is feasible for javelin slash spears, but hitting that raw is definitely warp enhanced." Yeah. I think slingers should probably have more range, right? I believe historical slingers were quite impressive. Though Skaven slingers are probably less impressive. At 120 range, though. Yeah, I feel like I've seen people use slings. The sound that it makes, cracking through the air, I do not want to be hit by that. Next round soon? Not yet. Yeah, slings were very powerful. When did slings fall off, though? Why did people stop using them? I'm sure it's a training thing, isn't it? Because slings and bows, you kind of have to train with it your whole life by hunting. Whereas crossbows and pikes, you can just give it to some dudes and they'll be good enough with very little training. And then guns after that, and then you don't really need slings. Were bows better than slings, though? I guess bows could actually punch through armor. I don't know if slings could punch through, like, sophisticated armor. Maybe not. Cheaper and powerful bows. I guess war bows are pretty nasty. Ringed armors with under padding was its bane. Oh, yeah, chainmail and gambesons and stuff. I could see that helping a good amount. Or you can have, you know, you have a helmet, a well-built helmet. Yeah, I could see armor kind of slowly outpacing there. Most people weren't wearing plate. That is also true. It's always very hard to get a good grasp of how battles played out. Time period matters a lot, too. Compare warfare today to 20 years ago, totally different, right? From what we've seen with the drone technology, way different. Completely different landscape. I think technology probably progressed slower in the medieval times, but like a 100-year gap would easily get you very different types of warfare. So, yeah, it's just hard to tell, man. It's just hard to tell. There's too much history. Accuracy for slings, yeah. Next round should be soon, by the way. Just one more player. Specialized arrowheads, yeah. Bodkins, all that stuff. You can, I think that was the one for piercing chainmail, right? Because it was very thin, was it? And then you had other arrows that were better versus plate. Slings are difficult to use in dense formations, which are kind of necessary to fend off a cavalry charge. Oh, yeah. Yeah, cavalry getting better. In the Roman times, they did not really have the whole cavalry thing set up yet. Let alone heavy cavalry. Horses is kind of crazy, by the way. The idea of people training a horse its entire life to get into maybe one battle and then it's done for because it's gonna be traumatized. At least a lot of horses. That's crazy, man. The logistics of getting that all together. Absolutely crazy. Horse archery for the win, man. Mongols knew where it was at. Besides, Mongols got that big empire going because of their horse archers. Couldn't get to Vietnam though. too moist. Yo, if there's one thing that does armies in, it's gonna be weather. Weather and terrain is still crazy as an advantage. Even up until now, weather and terrain, oh my goodness. Like, you can have like a small group of people just camping in the mountains. It would be very hard to get rid of. Very, very hard to get rid of. Even better, some caves in those mountains. Oh my goodness. Worst siege battle design ever. From a gameplay perspective. How are you supposed to assault that, man? Or in Vietnam, bunch of holes in the ground, man. Bunch of holes in the ground and psychological warfare. Yeah, horses. Mongols with that kiting and cycle charging. Did Mongols actually cycle charge though? Did they have war horses? I don't know if they had heavy cav or not. Or if it was mostly horse archers or what. I wouldn't be surprised either way. Local disease immunities played a huge part. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of that in history. It's kind of crazy, war casualties, how skewed they are towards non-battlefield circumstances, especially historically. Disease was bad. The weather, the cold, you can ask Napoleon about that. Also bad. Like, very bad. Man took attrition for so long. Holy crap, man. Yo, the charts that shows like Napoleon's army as he like moves forwards and it just diminishes. Like, come on, bro. And then from that day forward, everyone in Warhammer would never step in attrition territory ever again. I think if you're playing Warhammer and you take 10% attrition on your army, I bet most of you guys would go back home and replenish. You think after China they had Lancers? Huh? Yo, we're gonna get the next round sometime soon? I feel I've been here for ages. It wasn't the cold that defeated Napoleon though. I was am I getting into misconceptions? It's like many factors probably. The cold was pretty bad though, wasn't it? I feel like the cold was pretty bad. At least from the stories I've heard. Yo, I hope we get a another bad matchup for Slaanesh. I want to face Wood Elves next match. And win. But like, I actually need a little bit of practice there. The thing is, actually maybe not. I'm gonna ban Wood Elves and Betonia anyways if I'm playing Slaanesh. And also everyone's gonna play Wood Elves and Betonia against me. Well, if I pick Wood Elves first, I guess I can mitigate. My idea with winning a Slaanesh is I need to pick Wood Elves and then pick Slaanesh. And that way, there will be, excuse me, way fewer counters to deal with. Aren't horse archers the ultimate strat? It's pretty good. Although the problem is horse archers are pretty bad at taking fortifications. So you kind of need a little bit of something else there, right? I don't think you can go pure horse archer unless you don't care about taking fortifications. You just want a raiding economy it. But that's probably why we don't have as much mobility stuff nowadays. If it was modern warfare, I think range is the biggest factor for modern warfare. And knowledge. Knowledge is pretty good, but that's always been good. But yeah. Why is Wood Elf so good into Slaanesh? I feel like most factions hate bringing range into Slaanesh. That's the thing. Wood Elves are a melee faction in disguise. These two infantry units, and even Eternal Guard to an extent, are some of the best melee infantry in the entire game. For the price, extremely high leadership and armor piercing and anti-large with shields that are silver. You do not get a halberd unit that comes close to this. Here, where are they at? Look at poor Empire. Halberdiers, what did they have? Less leadership, less speed, no silver shields. They're asking to get murdered, right? Technically more HP, but the silver shields more than make up for that. You go to the High Elf roster, significantly better. Wood Elves are a melee faction in disguise. Now, they don't have a lot of armor, so a lot of factions will do quite well against them. But yeah, Wildwood Rangers, look at this. Armor piercing, bonus versus infantry, 40 melee attack for 900 gold. Let's take a look at another faction's anti-infantry. Let's see here. Norska. Berserkers don't have armor piercing damage. If you want armor piercing, you got to spend 1,000 gold. And these guys don't have anti-infantry. They're much slower. I guess, like, you know, the stats are okay. They don't really have the melee attack. And the bonus versus infantry is really lacking. So they don't clear infantry that well. If you go to Slaanesh, there's not a lot of anti-infantry. You actually have none. So all your units will down trade on the infantry grind. There are witch elves for the dark elves, but also not armor piercing. And the stats are way worse. Significantly worse. And their HP sucks. Dwarves. Their anti-infantry starts at 1350. Wow. That's expensive. We don't really want that either. I don't think does any faction actually have anti-infantry armor piercing? Okay, I guess foot squires. All right, let's compare foot squires to these Wildwood Rangers. Oh my god, the stat difference. They even have more HP. Jeez Louise. 12 more melee attack, 10 more melee defense. That is massive. That is massive. And 10 more leadership to boot, along with ITP. Jeez. And then against Chaff, you have Dryads, which are just Forsaken. Did you know Dryads are just Forsaken? Look at this. They have ITP. They don't have Frenzy, but they're just as tanky. And their stats are basically the same. And the damage is quite close. Like, they're just Forsaken for 200 gold off. Obviously, they're going to be less effective on, like, the armor front and all that. But more or less, the unit is just a cheap Forsaken. And Forsaken clear infantry like no one's business. Now, most factions will deal with these guys with some spell casting. So they'll use, like, Burning Head or whatever. But Slaanesh, they do not have that. Slaanesh is actually a B tier faction when it comes to infantry. The only A tier infantry they have is Forsaken. All their other infantry is actually quite lackluster for the price. And then their magic is anti-cav magic. They actually have very little anti-infantry, like literally just pendulum, which is more about the armor piercing. You have to spend 16 winds of magic to chuck it down the line of some guys. Yeah, it's not super pretty. So there you go. That's Wood Elves in a nutshell. I prefer to think Forsaken are just Dryads. They're just armored Dryads, but then they're more expensive, so it feels bad. Lash of Slaanesh is not anti-infantry. Your average infantry unit, a normal human, will have 69 HP, which is alright. Lash of Slaanesh does 12 damage. It does 12 damage. So if you cast this on a unit, you're gonna deal like basically nothing. You're gonna need to cast Lash of Slaanesh like at least 5 times before you can kill off even a low HP infantry unit. And the reasoning is they balance it around it being full AP, which the Wood Elves do not have. You're seeing the issue now, right? Slaanesh doesn't have good infantry clear outside of their Forsaken. The secret to beating Slaanesh is having a unit that outclasses Forsaken barely, and then enjoying the fact that you get to play on the defensive. Next round is up. Let's go. But yeah, that's how I beat people when they're playing Slaanesh against me. So if I'm like Tomb Kings and I'm kind of desperate, I'm like, all right, Kepra Guard. These guys beat Forsaken. Tomb Guard, they do okay versus Forsaken. It'll have to do. Mix them in with some Ushapti though. Now they have to dive the backline with cavalry. And you can just box it up, man. Nobody cares. Vampire counts. You like crap. There's Forsaken. I take some Grave Guard. And then a little bit to kill off the elite demonettes. Technically, you need a spell to kill the demonettes, and then you're good. Will the anti-infantry unit be in the DLC? So, the problem is, Slaanesh needs an armored anti-infantry unit. Got my new opponent. Yo. Yeah, Slaanesh needs an armored anti-infantry unit or a low entity one. Something that either doesn't get shot to death or doesn't get spell cast to death. Then they will have a better chance. But if CA gives them, like hell, if Slaanesh got Wildwood Rangers, the world would be over. Also, people would beg to get these guys nerfed if they were on the Slaanesh roster. They're so strong. I guess technically you can spellcast them to death. I guess most factions don't really worry about this, so maybe it's not that bad. Give Slaanesh a fast Chaos Warrior of Khorne. I don't know. A Kislev. Oh boy. Alright. So we got Kislev. Kislev's another kind of awkward faction for Slaanesh to deal with. Do I have a build versus Kislev? I don't. Nice. We get to wing it. So, funnily enough, though, Kislev kind of suffers versus a lot of armor. Let's play Edge of the Darkwood. Edge of the Darkwood's a massive map. Fairly comfortable for a speed demon faction. But yeah, Kislev is not the best versus armor. Slaanesh can do okay there. Forsaken are also not bad. They do have some pretty annoying cav to have to face though. Seekers are only okay versus most Kislev cav. Fiends will have to do with Furies probably. They got Streltsy. They do. But whereas Chaos Warriors are quite slow and can't really catch Streltsy, Chaos Warriors, they can get it done. They can get it done. You see, we have a bot. We have a bot. And they should be gone. Success. Huzzah. All right. So what are we looking at? Recently found that squigs on top of orc spears Forsaken. Sounds pretty good. Would force some cav charges for sure. But what am I doing? I need let's see here. It's Kislev. We can outspeed Kislev. That'll be rather helpful. Magic wise though, what do I want, man? The problem is that Furies don't do really well into Kislev because they will tend to disintegrate before you can actually get the murdering done. Yeah, it's just a little awkward. I think it will be okay though. This build is okay. It's the most okay build one could ask for. I kind of have to bring Hellstriders for dervishes, but Hellstriders don't trade into their armored cav. Something very important to note. You think CA should let people vote on units and lords they add to the game? No! The consumer does not know what they want. I think that's how you get like AAA slop, basically. Where it's like, I want another Battlefield game. Not that Battlefield's bad or anything. But I think, yeah, I think it's always sketchier to trust the consumer than one might expect. At least every time I hear any industry expert talk about it, generally speaking, we don't know what we're talking about. Although, unless it's identifying problems. We are good at identifying what we don't like. Now, is there anything else I want in this build? Man, Kislev's kind of hard to deal with. I don't look forward to facing them at all. It's gonna have a whack load of ranged. Does Armored Cav do well into Kislev? Does Armored Cav do anything? I give it a hard maybe. I really don't think I need that many Hellstriders, but I do want to catch his infantry potentially. It's a little awkward. I think we have a good chance though. Corner camp Slaanesh. Yeah, get 5th Empire DLC. You know, honestly, that sounds kind of hype, but maybe that's just proving my point. I think it would be cool though. I would personally be a happier person if CA communicated a bit more. The problem though, they don't really I don't know, they've done it before and then they stopped. Remember CA Grace? Also, I think I just got mail, but it's okay, I'll get it later. Or maybe not. It'll be fine, regardless. I think every time CA has communicated with us, they've regretted it, so that might be a bad sign. Anyways, it's an armor type. Ready, good luck, have fun. The idea here is that normal cavalry will do badly versus Forsaken and Chaos Warriors. Look at that mass. 160 on the Warriors, 230 on the Forsaken. They are quite massive. So as long as we use these guys to win his cavalry, and then for his infantry, we just run them down, I think we're staying pretty comfortable. Horse archers cannot do a lot of damage versus these guys. That is a non-issue. I don't even need to chase them down. I'ma just use some Chaos Knights instead. Win some cav engagements. Maybe bring some fiends onto the battlefield. Though Chaos Knights will be more sturdy versus horse archers. I think that just makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna hard push here. Why, hello there. So that's a bit of a wasted volley. That helps me out some. If he keeps shooting at max range, we can even dodge with our infantry. How marvelous. And my cav just have to stay away from the frostworm and the likes. They're a little painful. We don't really want to fight them. At least not yet. He actually has a lot of Kossar spears. Look at him go. And he gets Death Frost on my lord. Now that's a little bit of poke. Okay. It's not that scary though, but I probably shouldn't let him Death Frost my lord a ton. Capture point number 1 is secured though. Took a little bit too much damage on my Forsaken. Minor misplays we're talking about here. Very minor misplays. The big play will be shutting down his SCs, getting my cavalry in a good spot, all that business. Looks like he kind of wants the fight though. If he charges straight in, that would be a bad idea, at least in my personal examination of the situation, because I have cavalry coming in hot. The Forsaken are getting over there, and my infantry flank is slowly making their way downtown. If he loses these guys, that would be very bad. Katarin's good, but is she that good? Well, double frostworm on my lord is certainly quite painful. She doesn't have magic to shut down my lord though. The Forsaken, they should probably, yeah, shut down the armored Kossars. I'm going for a triple cap here and kind of just playing for the rush. The rush. I get out of there. I think that's another Death Frost, dude. So lord-wise, he actually got a lot of deeps in. But Katarin's kind of in a bad position, and most of the infantry are also in a kind of awkward position. So we'll see how it goes. Lord will stay safe until Katarin is out of the picture. No Streltsy here, just something in the woods. Nothing I've ever been particularly worried about. And the skirmishers are getting caught up a little bit too much on my opponent's side. That's going to be rather painful. Look at my lord. Look at them cook. What are you doing? Get over there. We got to flee into the trees, though. I don't want Katarin getting on me. Forsaken are doing pretty well, though. The trees have been fled to. Great success. And I'm just going to keep drawing that lord away. In the meantime, this far point going decently. Value trading wise, we're looking pretty good, I'd say. But I haven't captured many of the points yet. Now, if Katarin dies, it's just over. She's such an expensive tool. And lacking the spell casting will hurt so much that I think it's just over. If, yeah. I think it's just over if Katarin dies. But we'll see. She's definitely suffering. These Hellstriders ain't gonna let go anytime soon. Man, look at my passive, though. My passive's not building up at all. There's a problem with Kislev. They are rather terrifying, as you don't get to make use out of the best Slaanesh mechanic. Here's the thing, though. All the infantry's dead. My lord is chilling. And Seekers versus Frostworms is disgustingly good for us. I just have to clear this up before this cavalry gets over here. Having Thing in the Woods is definitely smart for my opponent. Katarin, what you doing? Fleeing into the trees, alright. Some dervishes here, we definitely win against those. And the middle is now mine. I gotta get my lord there so they can start healing. And then we will be comfortable. And the middle is very nearly secured for us. By the looks of it, most of these guys are routing off. Come to Papa. Dang, look at those Seekers crushing it over there against Frostworm. Might even be able to just kill it. Or maybe I rampage it. We'll see. Dervishes. We don't care about dervishes here. They're a non-issue. Lord has dumpstered the Frostworm. Shattered. Don't need to chase it off. And so far so good, I'd say. My Lord's about to get into the pocket for healing. And they can replenish their vigor with a little bit of thing that we have there. The teeny tiny army ability. Man, the warriors are really holding for a long time. And wing lancers. Couldn't have thought of a better unit for a little bit of pain and suffering. Now Katarine, yes, she is alive. She's going to Death Frost my Lord. But they've healed up enough where I'm not particularly worried about them. I should be okay. Dang, look at those warriors, man. Having the time of their lives. There's the Death Frost, but the healing is good. And the armor max versus the Kislevites, just a little bit too much. So that Death Frost certainly hurts. Double cap will still do it for me, though. You know, let's do some of these guys. Oh, I got some fiends over here. We won over this way. Oh, he's going for it, though. He's thinking about it. I can't risk him getting a good charge on my Lord, because then we die. We die quite badly if my Lord gets shut down here. I need my Lord to live, so we're gonna be non-risky. Inticity today. I'm try-harding, because we're practicing for the grand finals. So we're just gonna play safe. And then you know what? No more Death Frost for you. Enjoy the silence until you are dead. And now I get the charge bonus. Huge hit. Katarine is mega dealt with. Mega dealt with. Come on. If there's a miracle, she lives. Come on, she has 100 HP. Come on, baby. Go down. Oh, thank goodness. All right. A little sketchy, a little sketchy. My Lord's fine, though. My opponent's basically army wiped at this point. I think that was a pretty good game. The armor tide. We are not just a mobility player. We can actually do other strategies too. Keep my Lord near this cat so we heal. Come on. Are they barely out of range? It's a 30-meter range. It's pretty small. Well, kitty cat got away. It's fine. Just gonna dodge. Gonna get over here. Gonna get the Melkos. Look at that speed boost on the Furies. Zooming. 110, 120 speed. The Fiends, if they get their charge speed bonus, they actually do catch the Horsemen. But I think they're a little too far to actually get that. Sad times indeed. Yeah, looks like they're just barely not fast enough. Ugh, what a shame. Could have gone them. How's this going? Decently. I guess I'll go for the triple cap. Oh, lost a bunch of horse archers. It's crazy though. I only got like what, 3 dockets of army abilities. It's pretty low. Oh dang, capture kitty. The return of the capture kitty to steal the point. Not gonna let that happen. What are these dervishes? All right, I'll kill the horse archers then. Success. The foe's victory point is ours. He has nothing left. Yeah, double Frostworm did not carry. He almost got a nice shot on my Lord though. He definitely took a pretty decent fight, but being surrounded by infantry and getting countercharged is pretty bad, especially because Slaanesh has so many ways to punish you for being surrounded. So many devastating flankers. It makes them so strong versus single entities. He's sticking with it though. Honestly, there's not much to do between games anyways, so I guess it's fine. Doesn't a stress test require, you know, stress? Well, that's what I'm hoping for. This is a big tournament. There's a lot of signups, okay? There has to be some big dogs in this tournament. Seems like a nice afternoon stroll in the park. Hey, I had to fight Petonia, okay? Petonia's a menace, I swear. Mantonia, though, maybe less so. It's weird, though. If Slaanesh was really strong, why don't more people play Slaanesh? I've seen some people dabble, but they never stick with it, and I don't know why. It might, in my head, it might be a technical thing, where maybe people aren't using the army ability to the maximum effectiveness. Because Slaanesh without the army abilities is actually a fairly average faction. Surprisingly average. Yeah, they have some fast units. But like, it's not that crazy, man. It ain't that crazy. It's just a bunch of, yeah, it's just a bunch of units without a very strong composition. So I don't know. Also, I'm just gonna try and army wipe this guy now. There's really not much left. There's that speed boost on the Hellstriders. The Melkoth's increasing charge speed is definitely the best thing they ever did to Melkoth's. It makes it so much stronger. Because your units can actually catch these fools for once. Look at us go. Get them, fiends. Beat them up. I say as he kites my fiends. Warhammer feels like a weird RTS game, but not an actual RTS game. I guess, like, you know, Warhammer's not like, I like to call it a traditional RTS. You know, like the StarCrafts, the Warcrafts, Command and Conquer, all that stuff. Those are like your classical RTSs, right? But, you know, I think Warhammer doesn't have as many macro mechanics. That's kind of the trend nowadays anyways, right? People just cutting all the macro mechanics out. Right, any moment now, victory shall be ours. I swear bro lost to Charks Betonia one time and now he's permanently shook by the faction. I lost to other people too, thank you very much. It wasn't just Charks, I swear. Oh, look at them skirmishers. I hope we're not stalling the tournament. I don't really mind taking a long time, but like if it starts slowing down the tournament, that's where I draw the line. Thankfully, there's a lot of people that are actually slower. I think probably because army building's such a big part of tournament slowdowns. So I guess there's that. Here we go. Post-traumatic Charks disorder. Yo, he's a menace. He's a menace. And he's teaching other people in RTK how to beat Slaanesh. What am I supposed to do? Here, I'll speed up these Furies so they get here in time. That'll do it. Oh, dang. They actually look quite fast, don't they? Look at them go. 120 speed. What, 154 speed? Dang. Dang. Those are some fast Furies. Some crazy speedy reinforcements. I think we're gonna win before he captures this point. Not enough time. Well, GG. And my lord did survive. Huzzah. Alright, GG, well played. But yeah, Katerin just could not really tussle versus my lord. And having a cav advantage helped us out a lot. My opponent actually did not spec that hard into cavalry. Not that they're especially good versus an armor max, but losing out on that mobility means your SEs will have a very hard time. So pretty good, pretty good. We are now guaranteed to make it to top 4. That's good. Already nostalgic for the Demons of Chaos times. Never again. Never again. A boss toss also with the 4 wins. Look at this guy. Fallen Fian also has 4 Swiss points for some reason, which they shouldn't. I'll message Turin. So that means me and Boss Toss, myself and Boss Toss are at the top bracket. The odds of us facing Boss Toss has now increased dramatically. Wait a second, Boss Toss? Yo, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. And he beat Turin. Yo, that sucks for Turin, man. Faced me round 1, faced Boss Toss round 4. Boss Toss, I think, down queued into him too, unless, let's see, Boss Toss. Yeah, Boss Toss had a perfect winning streak. Turin faced the 2 people with perfect winning streaks so far. Dang. That's pretty rough. Well, I guess he's out then. With this many signups, you need 4 wins and some pretty good tiebreakers to make it to top 4. So he gone. What's Boss Toss playing? It's been so long. When I first came back to Warhammer, he was the raid boss, not Charix. And he's playing Lizardmen. Ooh. Lizardmen's pretty good for Slaanesh, I think. Cavalry's pretty nice against lizards. You can rush them down, just don't let the salamanders beat you up. Forsaken Crush Skinks, they'll trade decently versus Saurus, I believe. And then there's just the big monsters, which you definitely need horsemen for. If you don't take Marauder Horsemen, you are asking to get Shredder of Lustriad. Age of Empires. Be nice to get into Age of Empires, but no time. Now, Lizards. How do you beat them? I think you want the Melkots for sure. I think you don't need Arcane Conduit or Ballet of Blows. But you do need another big single entity to actually fight. Marquis is okay. Soul Grinder is okay. It's either that or you do a Fiend Surround. So if he goes for a Shredder, you got Fiends. Do Lizards do bad versus an Armor Max? I feel like they might. Oh yeah, and the Horsemen. You need Fiends, you need Horsemen. I don't want to get netted by Mazdamundi and murdered. But Chaos Knights are actually pretty hype. These ones didn't even get buffed. We're just realizing now that they're actually not that bad. So get a couple Chaos Knights. Maybe just a one of. And then like we just do something like this. Just mass Forsaken, mass Chaos Warrior again. It can't be that bad versus Lizardmen. Especially if they go Kite. The Salamander Kite shouldn't do that much against us either. Because you can kind of just push their face in. Ah, yes. And I should take Hellstriders. Do I need the Chaos Knights then? They're so good versus Lizards, though. I don't think I need this many Horsemen. Emergencies only, but I think this is probably the best way to go. Let's take a look at the bracket. Navigator and Danican are fighting. Navigator beat Danican. Danican's down a game. Oh boy, Danican, it's gonna be sketchy for him. I think he's probably still gonna make it though, even if he wins. It depends on who faces Navigator. How about Blood Penguin? Blood Penguin lost only to me. So they're actually, yeah, they're doing pretty well for themselves. It's gonna be a fight between Blood Penguin and Danican. I think myself, Navigator, and Boss Toss are fairly set for making it to the top 4. I don't think there's a lot of people that'll contest us. Yeah, I think that's it. It's Blood Penguin and Danican facing off. Everyone else has been shoved down into the pits. I am currently in the top position though, at 10 opponent points. Good sign. Is Navigator playing Wood Elves though? Let me see. I bet they are. Chaos Dwarves, we have a chance. All right, nice. That means it's only Blood Penguin I gotta worry about, right? Blood Penguin's the only faction that's strong versus me. Danican is, let's see here. Danican is playing. What's he playing? He's playing Dark Elves? I think he is. Okay, yeah, Danican's playing Dark Elves. So, we all know Dark Elves suck versus Slaanesh. Unless he's cooked up something crazy, he should still win there. Which means the odds of me winning this tournament are higher than expected. As long as he beats Blood Penguin, which I think he will. I think Danican beats Blood Penguin. Alternatively, I match into Navigator. Boss Toss matches into Blood Penguin. And then if Boss Toss throws, we'll see. He's playing Petonia, though. Lizards versus Petonia has to be alright. Unless he has Hydras. The Dread Hydra build. Yeah, if they get immune to flanking, that would actually be kind of hype. I would kind of dig it. Anyways, I'm hoping I face Boss Toss. Although facing Navigator's Chaos Dwarves here might be better for me. Because if we run into him in the finals, I will be able to adapt my build to his. It's pretty hype. Beastmen DLC. Beastmen are, yeah, they do feel kind of outdated. There's no way, though. I would be willing to bet some small dollary dues that Beastmen are not getting a DLC. I'd bet $1 to one person. Yeah. So if you want to counter Slaanesh, it really is. Make it so they can't get Devastating Flanker. And then make it so that they can't get their army abilities. Slaanesh lives and dies off of those two things. Which means you box. Which is how they beat Slaanesh in land battle. Aren't Beastmen getting Slaangors? Yeah, that's not an update though. That's just Slaangors. It's like they fixed a bug. That's not an update. There's a leak or rumor that they're getting Moonclaw. At the current pace of DLCs, Moonclaw is coming 50 years from now. Unironically, though, like, Moonclaw would be like a year away. I don't think CA is speeding up their DLC release schedule. Every single time that I have thought that they would speed up their schedule after slowing down, they just slow down more. I think the end is coming, guys. There's no way. It's gonna be one DLC every 2 years. Our grandchildren will get Moonclaw. How to deal with Saurus Spears, Croxagores, Razors, and Cold Ones. I think Hellstriders do pretty well against everything but the Saurus Spears. Oh wait, no, Croxagores. I guess Croxagores are a little janky. You need something that can punch quite hard. I might even go, instead of this Lord, one really fun tech is Hysterical Frenzy on Fiends. It makes them punch super hard. And it can help them actually deal damage to really high melee defense units. Because weirdly enough, they don't have that much melee attack, and they don't have that much charge bonus. So if you want the unit to kill something that has a lot of mass, you kind of need to give them melee attack. And Hysterical Frenzy kind of gets you there. It's not the best solution, but it kind of gets you there. The alternative is to use Eternal Entourage, but we saw how squishy they are. I don't really want to run this unit unless I absolutely have to. Yeah, Nagash. Nagash feels so distant. They gotta though, right? Nagash is like the big dog. They gotta. Didn't CA say this was the year of DLC or something? Yeah, they say a lot of things. Actions. Greater than words, as usual. I'm up against Maverick Sloth. Dang. Yo, yo, I'm Slaanesh. So I should be able to make it either way. But, Maverick Sloth. Beastmen. Nice. Nice, nice. So, it means I'm playing lesser Slaanesh. If I lose to Beastmen, I suck, okay? Every time I start saying stuff like that, I lose. But, Beastmen's pretty weak sauce here. Forsaken are god tier here. Beastmen don't really have a counter because Bestigors are too slow to keep up. Ban Tomb. I think Imperial Ambush will be a good one for me. Now, I gotta be a little careful. He can spam archers, keep them in a box, keep them nice and safe. I do have to be wary of that. Pendulum is great, though, against these low leadership, rowdy factions. And he wants to play on Bloodgrove. Nice. I actually preferred this over the map that he banned. Bloodgrove does have some good Vanguard points, but I think Slaanesh is the better Vanguarder. You definitely don't need Chaos Knights of Slaanesh in this matchup. It's Hellstriders for days with some Fiends. And the goal is to get my army abilities up. And then we're good. Just get a few army abilities, and then he ain't got nothing on us. Do I need a Marauder Horseman? The answer is no. Do I need anything other than Forsaken, Hellstriders, and Fiends? Absolutely not. Unless I do bring armor. Is that a crazy idea? I feel like Beastmen should be good versus armor with the whole Pestigore situation going on. They should be really good versus armor. We're gonna have to deal with Centigores. I don't know, what do I need here? I have a pretty devastating rush. I don't think the guy's gonna kite me. Not effectively anyways. Running mortal units must feel nice after playing Demons of Chaos. It's literally just the Forsaken. Oh, I guess the Hellstriders too. Having cheap cavalry is very nice. I always look at this, I'm like, isn't this what I had with Demons of Chaos? And then I remember that my units can actually live. And Hellstriders are not flesh hounds. Glorious. Okay, seriously though, what do I want? Do I want Chosen of Slaanesh? You guys think Chosen of Slaanesh are a good unit versus Beastmen? Probably not, right? Nippon DLC? Dude, that'd be so sick, but there's no way. There's no way. Then again, we got Vampire Coast, but that was during the glory days. Alright, what am I supposed to bring? Man, I feel like I'm running out of units that I want to bring versus Beastmen. Like, do I really just want more infantry? How expensive is it to spam Marauders? Marauders are okay, but they don't really do that well versus Gores. They can occupy some of his units, but what if I see some Minotaurs? Do I have solutions to Minotaurs? I guess maybe I can just use the Marauders to body block some charges from a cav. That's not terrible. I have seen people go for mass spawn action as Beastmen. That's always pretty funny. Spawn are quite slow. Quite slow, so that makes him a little bad here. Do I need a Demonette for Bestigores? No. No, don't fall for the trap. The worst part about Chaos Demons is spending your money. Okay, this'll do. This'll do. It's a decent starter. Yeah, alright. It's as close to perfect spend as you can get. It's 5 gold and 0 gold. That means I have 2 spells. But the idea here is we shall bully the Beastmen. Rout off any Gores they have. Use infantry to bully their cav. And if they box up, this map is decently sized. What if they bring some crazy build? Honestly, Beastmen are pretty vanilla nowadays. They like always just spam a couple Ungor Raiders. They spam Centigores and Pestigores, and like that's it, man. Beastmen, they're the same every time I face them. The craziest build I can think of is like a Cav Max, but that definitely dies here. If he brings a Jibber Jab, it dies. Jabber Sight doesn't work. If he goes a stupendous number of single entities, he's gonna get bogged down. Demons don't seem balanced around Disintegration. Did you know CA had to give a leadership buff to all demons, I think, at one point? That's pretty bad. Disintegration is pretty brutal. Because they take a lot of damage. Take a lot of damage from it. It's not like crumbling at all. Disintegration is worse than routing. Yeah, I stand by that, yeah. Disintegration is much worse than routing. Am I complaining that some factions run the same stuff all the time? I'm not complaining, I'm stating how it is. I'm aware Slaanesh brings the exact same build every game. You don't have to point that out. Yeah, I feel like Undead should take no damage when crumbling, basically. But it should be multiplied. It should become demonic crumbling when the Lord is dead. I think that's really thematic, right? Because the Lord is alive. He's the one keeping the leadership on all the undead together. You know, and like all the heroes can do it, you know. But like, it feels so unthematic when the Lord is dead and a unit of zombies is just refusing to die, despite taking massive amounts of damage. And then, yeah. And like, you know, in multiplayer, most of the time the Lord ain't gonna die anyways. But like, give some people an opportunity. Alright, here we go. I am trying to get the first tournament win of the season. Can it be done in this late night tournament? Yeah, demonic crumbling is very harsh. I think if you make them have higher leadership, though, they kind of just become unbreakable. And if you slow down the crumbling, like, it's just going to become undead or it's going to suck. There's obviously a middle ground. There has to be. But, I don't know. Maybe if you do just reduce the damage, it'll be okay. Now, here's the build. What do you know? Forsaken. But I've decided to mix it up a bit. Haha. Occultist. This is Warhammer launch meta, where you use the cultist to summon in a unit of demonettes into their backfield. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Use the penumbral pendulum to get some routes off. Overall, I'd say this is quite powerful. Centigores can be out-microed by Hellstriders. And with our magic, we should be winning those fights. Forsaken's good in every matchup. They are, yeah. If you're playing Slaanesh and you're not taking Forsaken, I don't know what you're doing. This unit has 230 mass. They have more mass than some dwarf units. And you know how hard it is to charge dwarf units with cavalry. Ludicrous. Right now, most infantry get countered by cavalry. Like these marauders, if a cav unit charges them, they're dying. Even these spears, if they're not in block formation when they brace, they're probably dying too. So, yeah, you want something that's only weak to magic, really. And Forsaken are fast enough to dodge magic. Oh my goodness. You think you can undo the leadership buff and decrease crumbling damage? Maybe. I feel like the thing is, so when a demon unit crumbles on tabletop, they crumble, but then it's over, right? I think it's really weird that these units crumble, but they can't really rally. Like, how many times do you see a demon unit rally when they start crumbling? When they crumble, it's over. Although making them near unbreakable is not the worst, because their HP tends to be really bad. But yeah, I think if you just reduce the damage, then they can probably rally. But then you just have undead all over again. We'll see. Now, we do have the Eye of Morcia, defended by Korok's Manrippers. And there's going to be a Lord here with Melkoths. How vanilla! I judge him for being vanilla, but I think we are also being quite vanilla. Nice, we got him to use a volley here, so my Forsaken can get into the cookie jar. And they're just going to push right on through, have a dandy old time while I continue to dodge with my Lord. As they get ready for the next volley, that is when we give them some salt and pepper. And then I'm going to get some Hell's Riders here. And they will hopefully cook well. Now there's the Eye of Morcia hit. And he's going to try and bully some Forsaken. Makes a lot of sense. Now the net doesn't last that long. We'll be okay. I want to get into the fight with this lady over here. And he goes for the expensive Cav summon. Okay, you want to give me value? I'll take the value. Don't mind if I do. Zongors will just play keep away from them. You don't really have to worry about them. In fact, I'm just going to ignore them. His cavalry is going to be occupied. Especially if I can get a rampage here. Come on, give me that rampage. Give me that rampage. Yeah, didn't get the archers, but it's okay. I caught his archers over here. And now we're seeing a big old collapse of his lines. And now I have all the army abilities. Army abilities are right. As many of you have seen already today. Gonna chuck a net on my Lord? It don't matter very much. You're gonna use your archers? I don't think so. I prefer those archers in melee. Lord's gonna get a little tired. Nah, I'm gonna save up for a big ol' net for those Centaurs that are coming on in. And use some Forsaken to block the Cav. That should go pretty well. And then maybe we can bully his Lord, bully the Cav. Do I have a summon yet? Not quite. Value trading's going well for us though. Spears on the Zongors is really nice. Wet noodle fight while I kill off the rest of his army. And his archers are pretty well beat down. Now my Lord should definitely get here. Fighting these Korok's Manrippers does me effectively nothing. But he nets! He gets the net. Oh my god. It's actually gonna last a little while. Come on, get in there. Yeah. Alright, now this lady, she's doing okay. Gonna get some good routes though. Are we gonna see more cav? Indeed, we will. Do I have cavalry nearby? He's actually routed off most of my cavalry. But as soon as I get a net down here, I'm not too worried. These Forsaken just chunk them, man. Forsaken really don't care about these cav charges. They're just holding. That is a melee defense debuff and a rampage so that I can successfully get a charge on his Centaurs. That'll be quite cost effective. These Zongors are just going to pull them away to bully them another day. And huzzah, it's a beam net summon. So I just want to grab them as they spawn in, and they should be able to get a charge there. Fighting in the trees versus beastmen, kind of sus. A little bit of an overextension. Let's play safe with our cav. Yeah, just keep running from these. Keep running from the Zongors. I'll hit him with some Furies. Anyways, I want to get into an open field battle though. I want to get into an open field battle where I can use my army abilities a little more effectively. So I'll just sack these Forsaken to buy me some space to pull back. We'll get our cavalry in here. Dang, they all rallied. That's absurd. And then for the Zongors, hello, Fury Charge. And that's going to use the Devastating Flanker on the Furies. They're totally happy with that. And indeed, the Zongors are taking some pretty massive damage. Let's get another charge over there. Yeah, some Centigores. Love me those spell casts. Ah, fresh meat. Wonderful. Wonderful. Ah, dang it. I couldn't use my vast quantity of army abilities to kill them. Dang. All right. You definitely have to box up, and you can't afford to take a bad fight versus Slaanesh. One bad fight and it's over. Eye of Morsliev really didn't do that much. His Man Rippers were not bad. The Zongors were okay. They kind of held. But he had so many archers. Quad Archer versus Slaanesh is asking for a beating. He had the Cockatrice. Guy wanted to go for a net build. Okay. His cavalry, oh my god, that is abysmal. Holy smokes. Jeez, even these guys. He costs like 2,200. Oh, that's a feel bad moment right there. All his cavalry severely underpaid for themselves. That's a good sign. I do think I microed my cav quite well, and I got them to charge my Forsaken, which was where the money was at. But dang, man. It was brutal. I was chucking out Malkoths like no one's business. So that is Slaanesh versus Beastmen. And Slaanesh wins. Again, what should the Beastmen player have bought? Oh no, this is a pretty bad matchup. I would say though, if I was playing Beastmen, my goal is to kill the Forsaken. So if I'm playing Beastmen, I'm like, okay, I got a box, and those Forsaken have to die. And then I need to use the archers to ward off the Lord, right? That's the only way you can realistically survive this. Now, he can rampage one archer, but I have another one. And what I think you do is you go for a bunch of Bestigor. You go for the Blob Buster. Traderkin is basically Final Transmutation. You take this guy on foot to increase his survivability. And between Traderkin and the archers, you'll be totally fine. Against... oh, win counter, thank you. You'll be totally fine winning the infantry fight. So you just gotta make sure you don't get rear charged now. Now, Centigores are okay, but they're never really gonna trade super well into Slaanesh. You kinda have to forge your own path. Now, there's only gonna be 5 Forsaken. You can shut 4 of them down with the Bestigors. But there will be more. The Gore Herd are not the worst. Having some anti-infantry will definitely help versus Forsaken. You saw how hard it was to kill the Zongors. I guess these guys might kind of just trade evenly. What's their AP value at? Okay, yeah. If you want to kill Forsaken, you probably need Pestigores. Or you're taking Korngors. I think you need at least a couple of these guys just to make sure that you'll be alright. Korngors have very low melee attack, so they have a hard time even hitting Forsaken. Dang, that's some really low melee attack. But they're unbreakable and they're anti-large. So they'll stop the Cav backline, and they're just good enough. That's what you want. Just good enough to fight Forsaken. And then you go for the Butcher's Kalkengard. You babysit these guys like no one's business. Your life is completely dependent on those Butchers. Now, they may go for some cheap infantry. I guess you can run a Vile Tide. Or not cheap infantry, but like some Demonettes. But the Butchers will be good enough. But you gotta make sure they don't rout. Now, they have 85 leadership because of the gold chevron, so that definitely helps. And you want sturdy units. You want sturdy units. The Zongors felt okay, but they were kind of just holding. I would probably max out on the Korngors. Have one archer in reserve in case he brings some crazy sniping for these Ungors. And then probably... What's the mass on Goreherd? 130? Like, you do need a late game to kill off the cavalry. I would say Ungor Spearman late game's not the worst. These are only for the late game, though, alright? Absolutely only for the late game and nothing else. You get 1 Minotaur. Yeah, you go 1 Minotaur for infantry. For that 5th Forsaken you gotta kill. And you get 1 Minotaur with anti-large in case he gets a lot of fiends. In fact, maybe you take 2 Minotaur great weapons for the fiends. And I think if you go with this elite, Slaanesh doesn't get the army abilities. You get a disgusting box going. And then you're fine. And then there's not a whole lot they can do to bust into you. And he's not going to Melkoth the Bestigor. They have too much HP. It's not worth. They're not going to like Pit of Shades the Ungor Raiders. That doesn't work. So he's just going to capture the points. And you can slow push. Just slow push onto the points. Get all your units in. Just box up. Just box up, man. And don't you dare summon these spears until those Forsaken are dead. The Forsaken love killing these guys, okay? They absolutely adore Ungor Spearman Herd. Beastman boxing feels so weird. It is. Everyone's got a box for Slaanesh, though. And what Slaanesh wants to do, they probably want to charge a place where your Bestigor aren't and try and get a big route. If I'm playing Slaanesh, though, I really can't think of what does super well versus Bestigor. They have pretty decent leadership. And I kind of route them by routing other units. But Korangors are there. They'll be unbreakable. I can't really get a big blob fight going. Chaos War Shrine just sucks. Can't really run it. The only thing that could save me is like an Exalted Demonette in reserve, and somehow, some way, they don't have magic to kill it. It's one of the reasons, by the way, why I have this lady. She breaks boxes, so she can summon into the backfield, and that was basically my only strat. If I ran into a hard box, just summon into their archers, or maybe rear charge the Bestigors, and then have the Forsaken get in, maybe. I don't know, man. Bestigors are like pretty annoying. Yeah, I have like nothing, man. I got nothing for Bestigors. At least nothing that doesn't get countered. I guess I would try. Okay, yeah. So I would run in with the cultist, fight with my infantry for a bit. She builds up this summon, and then I do a rear charge with Demonettes and Furies to break one of the Bestigors, which might chain route a couple other Bestigors with my Lord nearby. 2 archers isn't really enough to fully keep my Lord at bay. It's not like the Wood Elves. So probably that. Hellstrider micro is the hardest part of playing Slaanesh. It's really easy to accidentally lose your cavalry because it's so fast. And it increases the amount of micro you gotta do. But I feel like any high level player should be able to crush it with Slaanesh. Anyways, I'll be back in a second while we wait for the semis. We back, baby. What do you think about the Warhammer 3 DLC trailer? The best part about it was they actually announced the date. That's the best part. Other than that, it's pretty par for the course, you know. It's high elves. There's Slaanesh. They didn't like show that much though, right? Waiting on it. Yo, please tell me Blood Penguin is out, by the way. I know I beat Blood Penguin, but... Ah, dang it, he won. Alright, what are the standings looking like? Flashbang. Let's take a look. So I'm number 1, Boss Sauce number 2. We're actually tied. We both have a 100% win rate. Then it's Navigator, and then it's a tie between Blood Penguin, Don't Try So Hard, and Danican. Dang. I sent Turn to the pits. Oh, wait, who did he face the last round? Oh, he faced Lahoot. He still lost though. I don't even know who Lahoot is. Turn, no. Turn falling off, guys. Low cure fell hard in the trailer. Low cure confirmed. I love how the high elves looked worse in the trailer than the dark elves. That's kind of silly. That's a little... Yo, they should give a low cure a buff. Yo, are they gonna rework low cure Felheart? That would actually be so hype. The whole ocean is reworked. Mechanics for days for the ocean. Yeah, High Elf Lord didn't really have anything to show. What's his lore, by the way? What's the lore of this guy? Wasn't he like in some boat edition for like Warhammer or something? He was fighting on a boat. Naval battles confirmed. The double giant might cook with Vestigors. Well, double giant makes your army so much more flankable. What are you guys talking about? He had this crazy whale monster friends and water buddies. I guess. Chosen of Mathland. Yo, we're getting non-chaos chosen. Chosen of the Horned Rat. Chosen of Sigmar. Yo, I feel like Sigmar's chosen have to be insane. Am I missing any gods? Yo, I want him to have beef with Lokir. That'd be hype. If Lokir's in the trailer and he doesn't get a rework, sadness. But honestly, par for the course. Also, Karaftir, what's up? Yo, Karaftir, I haven't seen you in tournaments in ages. How is Cathay gonna get their wins, man? Come on. You taught me to beat Slaanesh with Cathay. You were cooking. Life sometimes does get in the way, though. Sigmar is chosen. I guess we already have Sigmar's sons. They need more armor, though. Valton or something? Oh. He was pretty nuts. I see. Alright, are we gonna see anything clutch today? I really want to see the Slaanesh win. New schedule, rip, man. Wednesdays, fraternities, bro. Are you working like the night shift? A weird evening shift? Is there a time that a tournament can be scheduled that you can play? What if we do Australian time, man? One tourney a week doesn't feel right. I guess that's understandable. You gotta grind Warhammer pretty hard to keep up with the meta. Because there's so many factions. Ludicrous number of factions. I'm interested to fight Boss Toss, by the way. Boss Toss on Chaos Dwarves. He's gonna show us how it's done. Those Kadai Fireborn are painful. They're also relatively fast, aren't they? Oh wait, no. Boss Toss playing Lizardmen, maybe. Maybe. We're very likely to face him, by the way. Incredibly likely. Yeah, he's playing Lizards. Charek's played Lizards. Still traumatized. Still traumatized. Sea battles. Less immersion breaking with map manipulation. Like when you fight with Black Ark, the map is the ship. Yeah, I don't know how they would make sea battles work without just making an entirely new game. Man, imagine if CA tried to add sea battles, though. They would not have time, man. Oh my gosh, those poor developers. They should have ship battles in 40K. Okay, honestly, though, ship battles, I've said it before. Ship battles should be played on a map that is literally the ship. So the attacker is trying to do a boarding maneuver onto your ship. And like, they should have maps for specific factions. So like, you know how the greenskins will just ram their spaceship into other enemy spaceships? The map should be a rammed greenskin ship into your ship. And that's the deployment zones, right? That would be sick. They're never gonna do it, but that would be so amazing. And then you get to play a normal land battle, right? But it's on your ships. It's perfect. And it makes sense, right? The ships are ramming into each other. The guys are going to be flooding in. Come on! Oh, one can dream. Ship battles were the best part of Total War Empire. Yeah. The slow decay. Anyway, CA should just focus on one mode. The whole domination land battle is already kind of sus. The more they focus on, the more they become kind of like an indie game studio, right? We get an indie game studio situation where they can focus on one thing and do it really well. Screw the masses. The problem is they'll make less money, so that's just not happening. Yeah, I feel like the Black Ark map is almost there, but like not quite. Because when you attack as Black Ark, you are attacking your own Black Ark. It's super jank. Top 4 should be starting very soon, by the by. Very soon. A domination battle on a Black Ark type map could be cool for naval battles. Like what I'm saying, but not land battle, domination. Yo, imagine CA trying to make domination AI. Ugh. Honestly, I think if CA just removes siege battles, they will have saved so much time. All right, they clearly do not have the development chops to make siege battles good. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. All right. The land battles are fun enough. The thing is, though, as a AAA game, you need that diversity to get people to play. And I'm sure most new players to the game don't care that siege battles are kind of weird. I do wish that they would appeal to the hardcore long-term players every once in a while, but yeah. Yeah, the Rome 2 launch. I heard that was a disaster. Sorry, some adminning. Oh my gosh, admitting. Always some people that are just terrible. Absolutely terrible. Usually I have a zero tolerance policy for people that are disruptive to the community. I'm all about second tries, but these people on the internet, they very often do not change on the second chance. If they want a second chance, they can earn it. So I might need to actually ban someone from the tournaments. Overall, though, the scene's actually quite hype. But like every once in a while, you get someone that's just a pain. What happened? I'm not spilling tea. I'll leave you guys unsatisfied but curious. This is a real Slaanesh move right now, right? Tell you that there's tea, but then yeah, it was totally Decay. Terrible person. Joking, of course. Decay's great. But yeah. Number one rule, though. At least, or not number one rule, but definitely disrespecting admins is not allowed. Imagine, man. Imagine you go to these people that are organizing events for you for free, and then you're gonna BM them and make their lives hard. What the crap, man? Who gonna do that? Absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. The funny thing, though, is when you confront these people, oh my god, yo, they start throwing out all this stuff. You can the easy way to tell if someone is they just made a mistake or they're a terrible person, when you confront them, someone who is reasonable will be like, oh crap, sorry, like I didn't know that was bad, it won't happen again. And that's totally fine, right? That's totally fine, you know. some people are from different cultures or whatever, right? And then they can come across as like harsher than they mean to be. They work with you, right? There's other people that are like, screw you! How could you do such a thing? I can't believe you! Start throwing out like a bunch of random crap. It's almost like they're like a toxic boyfriend, basically, right? Or a toxic partner. They throw out all the random crap. They're like, I deserve to be here. Start becoming a Karen. Oh my god, it's hilarious though. The best way to justify a ban is to talk to the person, I swear. Discord mods can be real mean sometimes. I guess it's true, but like, you know, I think the response when a moderator is mean is to like maybe talk to an admin and be like, hey, like this guy's kind of being mean. I think if someone's first response to a bad moderator is to incite violence, I feel like I don't want them here, you know? Like, they bring no joy to me. Like, if one of my moderators was genuinely doing something terrible, I think it would make sense for someone to be like, hey, Antisti, here's a screenshot of your moderator being terrible. Can we deal with this? And I'd be like, oh, thank you so much, right? I think the response of like, you don't know what you're doing. I dare you to ban me. I've actually gotten that so many times. It's hilarious. It's so funny when they're like, I dare you to ban me. You'll see. You'll ruin the day. I'm like, geez, man. Calm down, son. I don't think you realize that I can actually just click the button and eat some eggs on toast and have a wonderful day and never think about you again except for how fun it was to wreck you. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I think there was one time though where someone actually came around. I think there was one time. But like the person actually made a really nice effort to come back. So like the guy's like, hey, like, you know, I know I was bad before, but like, you know, like what can I do to like fix the situation? I'm like, well, you were mean to this guy before. You gotta DM them and clear things up. 2 days later, they're like, hey, I DM'd the guy, we talked it out, we're cool now. I messaged the guy's like, yeah, they messaged back. And it seems like they're cool. And then they were cool. It was a miracle. Christmas miracle. What's the background noise? Some water's boiling right now. Sorry, don't worry about it. It'll be done in like 2 seconds. Kindicity giving second chances. Yeah, I'll give second chances if they actually like make an effort for it. Most of the time though, after you ban them, they just don't come back. Or they come back with an alt account and then you ban them again. That's basically it. Not gonna lie, it's often super easy to just be like, my bad. That's the crazy thing. They don't even do that. It's like such a cheat code, man. It's such a cheat code. That's how you know, though, right? They're not skilled in the art of deception. Like if you wanted to be super psychopathic, right? You come back, you're like, I'm so sorry, right? And you like tread the line a little bit, but not that much. You can, yeah, you can kind of do that, but like most people are not psychopaths. Most people are quite emotional. Part 857 of me going mad with power. Remember, people, this is a dictatorship. Though it's a dictatorship, you can leave, okay? That's the important thing. I think most dictatorships in history If the citizens could leave and live a happy life wherever they want very easily, they would probably be less problematic. It's like what's that comic book meme where like the guy's like, hey, they're releasing this character, and he's like, I don't want to play that character, and he jumps out a window. You know the meme. But yeah, it's a chill dictatorship. I could do a vote right now. I could do a vote right now on what faction I play next and not play that faction. It's crazy. It's absurd. Keep coming back anyways. I could backstab all of y'alls right now. Okay, maybe some of you would not come back. Let's not test that. Yo, is the semis gonna start? I'm pretty sure the last round is done, right? Come on. The Slaanesh is getting into my head, man. The power tripping. I feel powerful. Seriously though, I want to face Boss Toss's Lizardmen. Come on. When is we seeing the build request list pop back up? Build request list? I don't even remember what that is. Turns internet is lagging? Dang. That's rough. I mean more in the, if you show the barest efforts to be allowed back in. It's not like most communities want to ban people randomly. Yeah. Yeah. You had a list of builds people had donated to. Oh, that one. Yeah, I still have the list on my Discord. It's actually still public. But probably gonna hard train for the grand finals. Usually leading up to the grand finals, I like training because I want to be number one. I am only but a human. As a shareholder in Anticity Enterprises, I demand a WoW week. 7 days of nothing but greenskins? Holy moly, that's a lot. I can only play greenskins for the amount of shares that you have though, right? So let's see, if you pay Prime, that's $2.50 a month, right? So I'll very rough number it. Okay, yeah, so that means for, I can play like is that 1 or is that 0.1%? Oh, okay, yeah, no, okay, yeah. So it's like oh wait. Oh, no, never mind. All right. So that means 30 times times 24. Okay, so that means for the amount that you've donated, I might have gotten the math horribly wrong. But I owe you roughly like the better part of an hour worth of WoW, you know? So like yeah, that's like if I play one game as greenskins, that's about it. Maybe less. It might be less. 1 hour seems a bit too high, actually. Oh no. Greenskins to number 1. I'm so done with the number 1 challenges, man. That's so crazy. Anticity selling out? Yeah. What 1 hour game are you playing? Okay. I did some heavy rounding to get to 1 hour. Some pretty heavy rounding. I'm pretty sure I'm not working for $2.50 an hour. At least hopefully not. Probably not, right? So that means it realistically should be quite a bit more. Yeah, so quite a bit less. So we actually are talking like in the 10-minute range based on my hourly rate. Plus and minus, depending. Technically, if I make more, though, it's bad, right? So in any month I'm doing well, that's even worse. Okay, yeah, no, we're talking like even less. We're talking like 7 minutes of WoW. I'll play half a game as Greenskins. Those Bezos bucks are finally getting put to good use. Half a game. Half a game or bust. Oh, what's up? We got a new chatter on Twitch. One thing I noticed with Slaanesh is that just 2 or 3 chosen can make a lot of players panic. Usually get away with microing a lot easier when they're panicking over saving their main line from chosen. The problem with that is that the players I'm facing will probably not panic. I remember facing chosen myself as Tomb Kings. You know what I did? I avoided the fight and I spammed this spell, the Incantation of Vengeance. I was getting 250 gold worth of value each time I cast this on chosen. It was disgusting. It was pretty gross. And then by the time they got to me, they were all dead, except for one who died to Ushabti. And then it was chill, because all the money was spent on chosen. You just re-upped your Prime sub, so I'm definitely owed at least 10 hours of getting Tomb Kings to number 1. Solid maths. Well, I'm not double checking, so I guess you're right. Wait, you guys get paid? And here was me playing for free all this time? Yo, getting paid to play Warhammer, I'm not gonna lie, it's one of the only reasons why I can be a top player. As it stands, I am one of the only players at a high level that is able to like full-time Warhammer. I'm only held back by the fact that sometimes CA doesn't get an update out and I get sad and I don't feel like playing multiplayer. Oh, and the memes. And the fact that part of my money involves getting paid to not sweat lord it. Which is fun. But I do wonder, what if I just played Slaanesh? Like only Slaanesh. I don't know, sometimes you guys give me some pretty sick builds. Every once in a while, chat will give me some insane strats that actually make me a better player. Or you'll tell me that a unit on a roster is actually good, and it is. Except for this unit. Except for that one time you guys told me to take Skull Reapers, and they just died for I don't even know why. What's their mass? Man, by all measures, this looks like an insane unit. 42 melee defense, 54 melee attack. Decent armor and HP. Like, the Saurus warriors. Stacked into oblivion, though, right? I guess the low entity count's kind of rough. Maybe it's the low entity count. So they just don't land a lot of hits. They don't have that much weapon strength either, I guess. Large model size, I don't know. But even the tooltips, they can't be trusted. Serious question, okay. Would you have enough time? Not in the sense of your skills, just time to learn matchups, unit trades, to invest into Warhammer 3 if you had to invest time in other games? The answer would be no. Although it depends on what you mean by invest time in other games. Investing time in other games as a career choice means I have to edit and think of content to make for those games. You can't really just play a game for YouTube and do well. You have to make it into something that is like a nice package that is a good viewing experience. After you grow, maybe then you can just play a game and it'll be okay. But if I had to, like, you know, run a Rust channel at the same time as Warhammer, I would not be able to pursue being a good player. Learning matchups and stuff, I would probably only learn like 3 factions and that would be it. But learning more matchups would just be like a for fun thing. In terms of, in general though, because I really only play Warhammer on stream, and the occasional tournament off stream, we are pretty chill overall with for fun games. Like I get to play Elden Ring, I get to play some Silk Song, at least I plan to. Played a lot of Balatro, played a lot of Hades 2, and I like grind these games like crazy. Those don't really hold me back. But for me playing Warhammer, I need at least to learn all the factions and keep up with the whole meta. We're talking like, you know, a tournament every weekday, more or less. To, like, you know, 5 tournaments a week is roughly enough to keep me in tip-top shape with the whole meta. I think I understand almost all factions, at least at a basic level and intermediate level. But even so, I still don't know like specific matchup shenanigans. Like I'm sure ogres can beat vampire counts if you go really deep into the shenanigans, talk to some ogre mains. But I don't have time to learn the bad matchups for every faction. I just learn counter picks. You feel this is a situation most people are in? With 8+ work shifts, getting into competitive multiplayer can be tough? Absolutely. If you have to work 8 hours a day, unless you absolutely know life Warhammer, you can still have fun with like one faction. I think most people with an 8-hour shift, if you come home and you play an SFT every, like, you know, at least when I was up and coming, it was only on weekends too. So I was playing dwarves a ton. I would join some tournaments, play some games as dwarves, and we got pretty far with that, or at least I got pretty far with that. Up to the point where ODM invited me to the clan, and then I got proper training. But you can definitely win tournaments. But if you want to win like a grand finals, right, you got to know life it pretty hard. Because you're facing off against other no-lifers. And we have a pretty nice faction spread. I'm still a little worried though. I could actually no-life it even more if I really wanted to secure the win. But that would be too much even for me. But I would say there's a good chance we don't win this next grand finals. There's a handful of players that have a chance to just get a win off of us. And there's Charix, who I genuinely regard to be better. But here we go. Finally. Finally. Yo, yo. We're up. Last time I talked to Boss Toss. Oh, actually, that was last month. Okay. Very nice. I'm Slaanesh. Your first ban. It is time. Boss Toss is here to end my existence. If he beats us here, we dip. He bans Imperial Ambush. We could play on Bloodgrove. Oh wait, wrong map. Did I take the wrong map? I sent up the wrong maps. There we go. Road to Talabheim, Valley of Lies, and Decrepit Moor. All fairly open maps. I think Valley of Lies is the one I would ban. Turin's gonna spectate, hell yeah. We got the big man. He banned Valley of Lies. Whoa. Let's play... Do I want to play Road to Talabheim? Which one's Decrepit Moor? Yeah, let's play Road. Road to Talabheim. Fairly open map. That's comfy. So, let's see how this goes. I have a build versus the Lizardmen. We don't want to get kited by the lizard men. So there's like salamanders and such that we gotta kill. I think that's basically it though. How fast are lizard men at clearing infantry? Not that fast, right? Cold One Knights, they were a little annoying versus my Forsaken. We could see some sick Cold One Knight play. I see. Yeah, he could have Tempest too. Tempest could be really annoying. Is he gonna air skirmish me? I guess I almost have to bring 3 Furies just so he doesn't air skirmish me. Hellstriders are okay here. Do I want Chaos Knights though? They're too bad against his Cav, so probably not. Most Seekers are also probably a bad idea. This seems fairly standard. This ain't a crazy build. There's a non-zero chance he gets some sort of crazy kite. Slaanesh is really hard to kite though. That would be... yeah, that would be pretty bad, right? There's no way. There's no way he kites us. It's impossible. So what's he gonna do? He's gonna get Croxagores, right? Those new Croxagores are pretty hardy. Quite difficult to actually take down. Ooh, crap. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, crap. The darn Croxagores. What am I supposed to do versus them? Okay, alright. I did mention Hysterical Frenzy on Fiends. That's okay, I guess? I could take some Eternal Entourage, very risky. I think Croxagores could actually be really annoying because they also kind of crush Forsaken. A little on the slower side, but definitely a force to be reckoned with. And something that we will have to defeat. Now, how many Croxagores can a man possibly have, though? Surely not many. Alright, we'll see. I think there's a few weird things he could bring that might give me a run for my money. But overall, I have a decent build. You can try to drop after a loss or two. What's this about dropping? Get flanks on Croxagores with exalted debuffs and he's screwed. It can be hard to flank sometimes with Slaanesh depending on his build. I know that sounds silly, but it depends on how defensively he plays. We're gonna be very careful about the engagements that we take. Also, yeah, ladder's a little awkward. Ladder doesn't have matchmaking. I will say there's no casual way to get into Warhammer multiplayer unless you like really just play a couple ladder games and you have fun with that. But if you want actual good games, you kind of have to be a part of the community. But anyways, here's the plan. I've gone quite infantry heavy this game. So I have my Slaanesh warriors and I have my Forsaken. I think the worst thing we could see here are the Croxagores. And I'm actually running Hysterical Frenzy. This might be the worst idea ever to run such a spell. But I think it's literally the only thing I can do against Croxagores. He has a fairly small army, so that should be okay. I believe I win cavalry fights because I have fiends. That shouldn't be a big issue. So, fingers crossed. This is quite the infantry heavy build, however. Boss toss. Gives me the really good luck, have fun. He has a Rev Crystal. He has double Rev Crystal. Sacred Croxagore. Bunch of Skink Skirmishers who shouldn't be very effective versus my warriors. My warriors will definitely be tanking. 11 units. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 and 5, yeah. 1 unit of stealth. Fairly standard. Now, Rev Crystals, I want to kill those Croxagores with Hysterical Frenzy. I gotta kill them with this Hysterical Frenzy. I think that's the only strat I have. He has Net and a Shems, so he wants to shoot my lord. This is where we run for our lives. Dodge it! Dodge it! It's okay. Doesn't this guy have a shield too? I don't think he blocks those shots though. So here he comes with the Ripperdactyls. Alright. So we're just gonna play keep away from Shems. My army's technically stronger because he has skirmishers here, but it's not a very comfortable army to fight. Anyways, on a double cap, we're fairly comfortable. I have Marauder Horsemen, but that's just walking into a counter that I do not really want to deal with right now. Gonna play for time. He's using his magic on my Chaos Warriors. Gets a decent amount of damage. But now we are going to try to split up his forces and work with that. My lord's relatively safe. What's the range on Shems? 225 meters. Fairly far. What's he gonna do with these Ripperdactyls though? Yeah, okay, so we're slowing them down. We're slowing down that capture rate. Gonna push with the warriors. Oh, we're here. Whoop. What is that? What was that spell? It's another Shems. Alright, so he's Shems spamming me. A little annoying, but he's probably out of range of sniping my lord at this point. And we still have this capture point. Double cap is good. His magic is not that crazy effective anyways. As long as he's not shooting my fiends or something with the Shems, I'm fairly happy. Just gonna let the Chaos Warriors tank it up over here. Get another Cav unit. It's quite bad to shoot at these Chaos Warriors. They really do not take a lot of damage from Skink Skirmishers. So if they just kind of sit there, they'll be totally fine. Still playing for points. When the big fight starts, it's going to be a nasty old rush. Here comes the Shems. We're going to try and dive to the trees here. And it's relatively chill, I guess. Here comes the Cav. Just some feral cold ones. Nothing too crazy. These guys are actually shielded. Get them up. Gets a Shems. Hits some Forsaken. Nothing too crazy. Most of his skirmish damage is pretty lackluster, right? So that ain't too bad. I still don't want the skirmishers here. It's just not worth. I'd rather have more melee. But the tanking is going pretty well for us. And he's worried about me stealing this point. So we're really stalling his capture rate here. Going to get some more of these guys. I think if we summon all of our units, that's to my advantage. Okay, he's gonna get a Ripperdactyl charge here. That's not gonna help him out too much, I don't think. As it just kind of gets his guys into melee, which he kind of doesn't really want. Alright, not too bad so far. Yeah, his skirmishers are gonna have to pull through, so it's kind of awkward for them. Hellstriders can pull back. That's a net. And we are relatively okay. It's gonna be hard to actually flank this guy though. Net at least is not gonna do too much. Now he's casting Shems on my lord, but they're doing fine. I think we do want to go for the flank. I have a pretty big mobility advantage here that I should be able to make use of. My lord is relatively safe. Yeah, we'll see how this goes, actually. This might be a fairly strong flank. He doesn't have his Boxagors here either. They're quite, yeah, they're quite exposed. So we'll send some Furies over there. Get some Horsemen in. My Fiends in the trees. Wreck shop over there. That's pretty nice. Alright. It's a decent fight. We got a little bit of a rout. I think we cast that now. We're gonna go for it. We're gonna go for the hysterical frenzy plays. And maybe we can flank with some Forsaken. Now the Boxagors we're just gonna have to play away from for a little bit. He did net my Lord too, which is a little painful, but most of his range are in melee. That's not a big deal. He also loses the Ripperdactyls, which is quite painful. Though my Lord's definitely taking more damage than I would rather hope that they take. Let's get him out of there. Overall, though, the Fiends are cooking. And they're just going to play away from the Boxagors. Lord is still relatively okay, and our army abilities will start to build up now. A little bit of a flank charge here will definitely do me well. Ripperdactyls lose that fight pretty badly. I think the Ripperdactyls are just going to be rough. And his Rev Crystals just don't really have much to heal. Like, they can heal up the Boxagors a little bit. But that's more or less it. Remember, he's also on a double cap right now. So time is kind of the essence for my dear old opponent here. If I just keep cycle charging with the Furies, we should be okay. We dodged the Shems. That was actually pretty clutch. And then I just got to chase these guys off. Now, I really want Fiends to clean up the Boxagors in the late game. I think that will be ultra important for us. Let's see if I can get a Forsaken rear charge here. I'm just trying to rout off his guys. If the trading is at least fairly even, this should go well for us too. I can get another Hysterical Frenzy, I guess. What's the Overcast do? Yeah, extended duration. So I don't know why I cast it on Forsaken. That was actually not a very smart play, but you know what? Whatever. Whatever, things are going fine. I have a rampage on his fools. Let's use it on some cavalry, maybe. Alright, here we go. Where's the cav at? Lord has to actually play a little safer now. It's starting to get a little sus for the poor guy. Ah, he has some skirmishers here. That's actually quite good for us, as we can just bully them. I have some Fiends. He has routed off my forces. He is playing more cost effectively. But this Fiend catch is pretty nice. I can use my mobility here to start cleaning up his backfield and resummon the Hellstriders as much as possible to potentially get a win. I don't know how much magic his Lord has left either. Ooh, that's a nice one. That's a very nice catch in his backfield. You know what? Let's play keep away with the Lord, give up the middle point, and start playing for some mobility plays. Yeah, resummon some Hellstriders and all that biz. He's gonna kill the Furies here, though. That's not the best. Do I win on a 1-cap, though? I think we barely win on a 1-cap. It's not the best, though. Could be slightly better. With so many Furies, however, I should be relatively okay. I kind of wish I had better magic, but what can you do? I'd say this is becoming slightly sus now. Only slightly. Could be worse. Just gonna get a little bit of a Fiend charge, so he gets the capture point. But how many more snipes does he have on my Lord? And what can he do versus these Fiends? I don't have that much left, I will say. His healing was pretty spooky. Alright. So he barely wins on a 2-cap. I see. Well, I could use Horseman Skirmish. I could use some Horseman Skirmish and maybe some shenanigans here. I don't have a lot of army abilities, though. That's actually really bad for me. Kind of wish I had some army abilities. And he's gonna Rev Crystal it up. He still has a million charges on those things. Not the best of situations. Now, Fears is still good. A bunch of Ripperdactyls are gonna be an issue. He's sitting tight on the 2 points. That's gonna be a little bit of a problem. Maybe he summons in a unit or something. I know my horseman will cook, but he may have been able to pull through. That fight might have been just a little suboptimal. I really wish I did not have Hysterical Frenzy right now. Hysterical Frenzy feels like it was the wrong play. It did nothing, man. I needed Fiends to catch these guys. I could be Melkotzing his Ripperdactyls right now. That would be a million times better. What am I doing? At the very least, maybe I can build up for a bit. We have time. If there's one thing we have. Ah, he summoned a unit. Okay, great. Another Ripperdactyl, bro. Okay, I can rampage it though. That's not too bad. I'm gonna rampage it. Alright, there we go. Watch him just kill my lord. A little sus. That was actually a pretty nasty charge. And he routed off my poor skirmishers. It's a Ripperdactyl pick though. Regardless, we got the Ripperdactyl. Huzzah! That's a decent pick, I guess. And I can get another Fiend soon. That'll be pretty nice. This Coxagoras can only be so many places. Alright, I need my lord to stay close to this thing so that he heals. Janky match. He's actually a little exposed here too. Yeah, he's healing. Feasting on fear, 0.08. My lord shall survive. I'm just not gonna let him summon anything in, and then we're gonna go for a big push. He's going for a little bit of a play on this flank point. That may be an overextension. We'll see. With the Fiends nearby, I think it'll actually be kind of sus. And I will have my rampage again, but now he can summon in units. So I'm gonna have to get a pretty big murdering here if we actually want to. Win this. Can't afford to let him take that point. I don't want that timer on me. Okay, Hysterical Frenzy will kill off a couple skinks, and that should heal up my lord a little bit. I guess that'll have to do. So now he's gonna get the resummon, but I can summon in full HP Forsaken to start contesting this, and then I can probably capture this middle point when we go for the big fight. Big rampage. Did he just delete my Furies though? I think he just deleted my Furies. Could be slightly better. I'm gonna kill off most of these guys at least. And I have a Forsaken here. If we can capture 1 point, it's fine. I also am building up my army ability, which could actually pull it back if we're lucky. He got a little bit of a kill on my Furies, but we routed off a lot of units here. I get my army ability. That's pretty hype. Let's see here. Which point do I go for though? Because the thing is, okay, here's the thing. If I capture a point for even half a second though, we do actually still win. So I should actually think about trying to push to capture a point. Like maybe this one. He's gonna go for this point though as soon as I go there. So I kind of have to fight for the middle. We'll see. I think with the Forsaken here, it's not the worst. I'm gonna need my Fiends though. And then, yeah, we're gonna see if we can steal a point. I only have to hold a point for like half a second, bro. Now, that's a lot of skinks, but they're actually not here yet. So, mayhaps, if I can get in here. No, it's too sketchy. It's way too sketchy. I'm looking at this fight. It does not look very good for me at all. Ugh, this ain't good. Well, he has a lot of guys here. They're kind of stuck in transit. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna rampage his spears. They're the biggest annoying thing here right now. But if I rampage them into my guys, that'd be pretty clutch. Forsaken versus Ripperdactyls is a menace. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to charge in with our Fiends. And then we're going to Hysterical Frenzy with them. We're going to reduce the melee defense of his guys over there, charge in with these fiends, and then I just have to control this point for like half a second realistically. Half a second is all I need. Hysterical Frenzy is going to try and kill off those Croxagores. If they live, I'm screwed. We can't afford to let those Croxagores live. He's probably pumping them with heals right now, but a leadership break on them would definitely be the best case. That's a capture weight on the point though. That's definitely good. Big routes too. Could be quite uncomfortable. Come on. Pull it back. I just have to hold this point for like half a second, bro. And then hold this one with some spear boys. But if I can capture it, we're fine. The capture weight is not looking the best though. It's gonna be a slow burn for sure. We're gonna net down his I don't know, man. I don't know what I want to net. There's no point charging the SCs either. But I have a Lord here that can maybe help with the terror routes. Come on, baby. I'll have his Furies, bro. I'll have his Furies. I have capture weight, but it's so mild. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to capture this. I gotta route off the Skinks. They have so much capture weight. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby. Just route off them Skinks. Ain't no way to get in here. With the cycle charging, my leadership replenishes. Come on, baby. Come on, get the Furies in. Get the Furies. Come on, these guys gotta terror out at some point. No, come on. I gotta get the infantry here now. I think these spears might have been a bit too slow. I only have 50 seconds left. Unless I get a mass route, it's pretty over. I have nothing to swipe the back point either. And I think he barely wins. Jeez, bro, yeah. Hysterical Frenzy sucked. Hysterical Frenzy sucked. It did not kill the Croxagores. It was a fun experiment, but it's so bad. It did nothing this game. It did nothing. Absolutely nothing. Melkoth's would have been a million times better here. Ugh. But yeah, he barely passes us on points, and that's gonna be GG. GG, well played. I thought I could be cute. I thought I could be cute with this spell to kill the Boxagores. It kind of worked in the end, but in the mid game, he was really keeping them secure. Dang, Boss Sauce still got it. With the Lizard Men too. Oh yeah, literally any other spell would have changed things, because it was a long drawn out kite. A Rampage would have been insane. Pavane, but like Lore of Shadows would have been a million times better. Like I just run Melkoth's or Pit of Shades and it's over, man. Super over. Plus I get the speed bonus from Smoke and Mirrors. I was a fool. I was a fool to trust the buff spells. Told you Saurus were impossible to deal with. The Saurus were not the issue, it was the Croxagores. I could never actually get in on top of them. Horsemen didn't feel that useful, but they're a unit for another game. I think if I had sat back a bit longer before fighting, I probably would have been okay too. I was a little aggressive with the fight. Could have sat in his backfield probably. But such is life. Boss Toss takes the win. And I am going to call it a day. It's been a long day. I am going to take a rest. I need some rest. I guess Melkoth's, he could technically heal it, but the cooldown on the healing's a bit slow. Regardless, I hope you guys had a fun time watching. It was a good one. Very close tussle. If I got a few more capture tickets, he would have had to triple cap me, and then he might have lost. So very close one indeed. But tomorrow we'll do a mini tournament stream. And for today, I think I'm gonna take a rest. Peace. Bye-bye. Oh, and Turin stream. I guess we want to watch Turin stream. Here's a link for the YouTube. And on Twitch, I'll set up a raid. Peace.